RPG! 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 RPG!
Hello and good evening. Welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda. Sorry for the slightly late start. Sometimes we get here a little early. Sometimes we get here a little late, but I was finishing up eating. What is up, everybody? We are back for more A Draw Steel. It's definitely been a steelerific week. We, of course, would have streamed last week, but believe it or not, it seems like it was a trillion years ago. But last week, I was at Gen Con. I came home on Monday. Jeesh. And that was, that feels like a trillion years ago. So, anyways, we came back, and of course, we immediately did a stream on Monday night after I drove home from Indy. We talked about my experience at Gen Con, we did a haul video. We talked about some of my stories, some of the games, exciting stuff. Then Tuesday, we kicked it off with a Draw Steel on book one, which is the player's book, the hero's book. And we covered, about half of the book. In the fact classes and the way the core mechanics work. Huge support for that stream. So, of course, we came back and we did it on Thursday. Now, Wednesday, hopped on to the Roll for Combat stream. So, staying busy. And then Saturday, we got surprised by the folks over at the Foundryborn team as they released the Daggerheart version 1.0.0 for Foundry for Daggerheart. So we streamed that last night. And now here we are. Again, thanks to the incredible support from the folks of the Draw Steel supporters. We are back tonight to talk about book 2 of the release, which is the Monsters book. And I think this is really important. I'm glad that this got the support because, as I said in the doobly-doo below, we've obviously I've been a Matt Colville fan for a long time. I don't like everything that he's into, but he's into 4th edition. He's into some board games that I really like. I also like the Dune board game, and maybe we even kind of share a sort of a Midwestern husky guy in a beard type look. So I appreciate that from him. But I was never a huge fan of his Kingdom and Followers books, Stronghold of Followers books, Kingdom of Warfare, Strongholds of Followers. They were okay, but not great. But I really liked his Flea Mortals book. I thought that book was excellent, and I thought it was one of the coolest 5e books, monster books, that I've ever seen. And to the surprise of no one, it's due to copying a lot of the elements from 4th edition that made, the 4th edition thing very, very successful, that model very successful. So we really enjoyed that book. Now, I heard some rumblings, if you want to call it that, over the last couple of streams, that some of the art and some of the monsters from this new book are in fact a replication of the Flea Mortals book. And I got to be honest with you, I'm actually not that mad about it because I thought it was a great book, and I think that they shouldn't have to reinvent, the whole thing over just because they created a new system. So I'm actually kind of excited about that. But the other thing that I wanted to touch upon is that one of the key mistakes I think that people make is not giving enough appreciation or attention to the combats in combat-focused games. And what I mean by that is, in a game like this, it's just as important to have a great combat, just as important to having cool monsters and a great environment as it is having cool heroes that can do stuff, right? You're only as cool as the enemies that you fight up against. We had a $10 super chat come in from Klobster Roll. Thank you, Klobster Roll. I heard Jack Packard talk about hanging out with you at Gen Con on a Second Wind stream. Very neat to see that the cross-pollinations of my interests. Yeah, I got to meet Jack. He hung out with us a couple times. We got dinner together. Of course, he's a friend and knows Steven Glicker. It was his first Gen Con. It was a lot of fun. And, I'm a Red Letter Media fan as well. So, it's kind of cool for me to get to see somebody that I also follow on the internet. Obviously, he's a much bigger YouTuber than I ever will be, but it was cool. It was fun, and he was a really, really great guy. Super eager to learn, and just really, all in all, just a lot of fun hanging out with him. Is this the most I've ever streamed in 1 week? It's got to be close. If it's not the most, I don't know. It's either Draw Steel week or Dagger week one of those two is probably the most, but yeah, for sure. But when you include the bonus streams from coming back from Gen Con and the Foundry, yeah, probably. Because this is going to be my 4th stream just on this channel, plus a stream. The only days I didn't stream were Friday. No, okay, I guess Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday on Roll for Combat, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, okay. I didn't stream on Friday. That's the only day I didn't stream. So, good stuff. Yeah, there is no, I noticed the suspicious lack of a 7-hour stream button. Yeah, I don't, I know we're not going to cover every single monster today, so I don't really expect this to be a super duper long stream. Obviously, if we get some cool tips and some good super chats, I'm willing to spend a little bit more time with you guys. If you are, I mean, honestly, I'm trying to give you all a break. I know it's been a freaking part-time job just keeping up with this channel right now, and I apologize. Anyways, I am curious though, right now, I think that you have 2 games that are kind of in very different spaces. Obviously there's a Cosmere. Cosmere's out there, but Cosmere's very specific. And I think Cosmere also has a lot of, it's very niche into its Brandon Sanderson world and Roshar and the Cosmere. But, I know that a lot of people are talking about Draw Steel. I know a lot of people are talking about Daggerheart. There's obviously going to be some sort of comparisons between the two. And so, yeah, I mean, you could throw down your super chats or tips for whatever. So it's not really a goal per se. It's more of just like make a tip or make a super chat and give me your vociferous defense of why you are choosing that game, let's say, over the other. Or maybe what's giving you to switch from D&D or Pathfinder 2 and go to the other game. I've seen a lot of people be surprised by both of these games, Missed most of book 1 streams. What was the general impression of the book? Well, Phil, I thought that the game is very crunchy.
Aaron has tipped $25. Draw Steel is cool and all, but #Daggerhype.
Aaron, thank you so much. Elaine also super chatted and said, I'm playing Daggerheart. Fantastic. So we got Daggerheart and Daggerhype coming out strong. And of course, Aaron, I've talked about this on the channel, but Aaron was very cool and very awesome and made us a bunch of dice. And we're going to be giving away some sets of that on our next Daggerheart stream. So these lovely, there we go. These lovely handmade games. Wait a second, Elaine. You're playing both? How does that work? Maybe Elaine is playing both. She's yep. You know what? I am strong. I respect it. But thank you so much, everybody, for those super chats. Elaine, that's awesome. Phil, I like the game, and I'm a fan of 4th edition. I think you have to be a fan of 4th edition to like this game. I'm maybe not necessarily like a fan of exactly how 4th edition did it. I think the game has some really clever play pattern stuff that will solve a lot of 4th edition's issues, but it has, a lot of tracking and a lot of, little fiddly bits. And for some people, that's going to be a turnoff, and that's absolutely okay. But if you're going to do all of the rigmarole of tracking all this stuff, it better be cool and it better be fun. And I got the distinct impression that it is both cool and fun. And I think that is what makes it, cinematic, and that's what makes it cool. Like, if you're going to do these cool, I'm not saying like it has to be anime over the top, but you have to feel like this is really, really worth something. It's really, really worth doing all these little, calculations and stuff like that. So I thought it was really, really cool. Now, I noticed a lot of people, some people were very critical of the style of the book, on the art, the layout, some of the plainness of the layout, some of the, the paucity of the art. I've seen some people on Reddit who seem to be indicating. Now, of course, that's just a small, vocal minority, I'm sure, of the overall population of the people who are going to be playing this game. But I will say that I feel like a lot of people felt like they were expecting more of a graphical treatment. And in fact, this obviously had to be a deliberate choice, because someone shared a sort of like early, super pre-alpha version that James Introcasano put up. Maybe it was like on the Kickstarter of like what the game might look like. And it had a very rich graphical style with lots of colors and lots of banners and lots of, text effects, not to the point of being like distracting or muddy. It didn't look like a Morkborg book, but I do have to wonder how that changed and why that changed. It's not as big of a deal for me. I like my rule books to be books that are technical manuals, but I understand that for some people it's a big deal. And so I certainly respect people's, a little bit of teeth gnashing about that. But overall, I thought the game had a lot of really cool features. I will say at the end of our last stream, I did get a little confused because not confused is the wrong term, but it's like the game was very much, says this game is the opening line is this is a game that's about fighting monsters. And then here's this really rich in-depth combat system with this resource management system tied around combat. And then out of nowhere, we get like road building and fishing mini games and political intrigue systems that, quite frankly, just didn't feel like it resonated with the core theme of the book. Now, that doesn't mean that just because a game says it's about combat, that literally every single thing in the book should be about combat. Far be it from me. I'm simply saying that if the game is tactical, heroic, cinematic fantasy, I just wasn't expecting a fishing mini game. That's all. So, yeah. So Gossamer kind of shares the same thoughts as I did. I share the sentiment of some who said they watched. Now, listen, if you're going to spend all that time watching my streams, you should at least retain something about this. I'm not going to lie. I don't know that it had the kind of impact that that other games did. And I mean, they dropped it literally while everyone's at Gen Con. I don't know if they're like, maybe they were trying to deliberately be like counterculture. Maybe they're trying to be outside of that, but like they weren't at Gen Con. I didn't see, Darrington Press, for better or for worse, they really reached out to people. They're trying to make connections. They're trying to build a community. And it felt like MCDM just kind of said, here's the game. So I don't know. I don't know what the thought of that was or why they did that, I'm not sure.
Gossamer, Sarah, tipped $50, paying some tuition fees for this Draw Steel weekend course I've been taking. Excited for part 3 tonight and happy to catch it live. Loving this system so far.
Fantastic. All right, I'm going to take that and move that over to the super chat goal because that is a Draw Steel for sure. Thank you, Gossamer. Yeah, I mean...
Kendall Carlson tipped $15. Thanks for all the content. D12 Supremacy. I like DS, but as someone who has ran PF2E for a while, and is still an RPG newbie, I need to change it up.
Yeah, so I think we see two kind of great points here. So Gossamer talking about their Dagger Draw Steel hype. Think about it is, if I was looking to play, and I'll be completely honest with you, if I was looking to play a tactical RPG right now, I'd probably be looking at Draw Steel. If I'm going to be on a grid, I'd much rather be engaging with the mechanics of Draw Steel at this point than Pathfinder 2. I will say that one of my turnoffs is I don't like the integration so hard. I mean, PF2 is like this too, but Draw Steel is even more like this. I don't like the integration of their setting, their implied setting. I don't really particularly think the world of Orden is the kind of, or whatever it's called, is what I like. And some of the classes and some of the core mechanics, are kind of tied to that a little bit. That being said, I think it would be a fantastic, fun game to run. As for Draw Steel versus 4th edition, 4th edition still has some unique things about it that I think are really, really great. At the least of it, it's still at its core, it's D&D, which is a big deal. But Draw Steel is also going to be supported, and while Codex isn't out yet, the fact that there's an SRD, the fact that there's going to be support for it means that I think Draw Steel is going to be the big deal. The other thing is again, I played a lot of 4th edition, and a lot of the problems I had with 4th edition are specifically addressed in Draw Steel. And it has to do with encounter pacing, and it has to do with that resource, and it has to do with that tension drop-off curve. And again, we spent a lot of time in the first the first stream talking about it. That felt like a month ago, but it was 6 days ago. Which is that I love the idea that in Draw Steel that you still have this idea of the recovery, like 4th edition, but which can keep your hit points topped off for an encounter, right? And that way we can do it in counterbalance. Well, we'll get into this when we get into the encounters, okay? Someone remind me if I don't get into this, but, just... Anyways, long story short, at this point, I would pick Draw Steel over 4th edition and PF2. Just right now. That's where I would be at, so for sure. And then we had a tip from Kendall. Thank you, Kendall. Who said, playing Daggerheart, I'm sorry, thanks for all the content, D12 Supremacy. I like Draw Steel, but as someone who's ran PF2 for a while and is still an RPG newbie, I need to change it up. Absolutely. I mean, while I think Pathfinder 2 is a fantastic tactical game, and I think Pathfinder 2 has more simulationist elements than Draw Steel, so it still occupies its own little unique niche. At the same time, I do see them kind of living somewhat close to one another. And so if somebody was really looking to switch it up and take a break, I could totally see why you would pick Daggerheart over this. And then we had a super chat from Travis. Thank you, Travis. Playing Daggerheart because it gives me a system that supports the way my friends and I have always thought D&D was meant to be played. And I think Travis, for me, hits the nail on the head, which is I think a lot of people play D&D in a style that was always better ran by PPTA and PPTA style games. And thus, that's why they played 5th edition and fudged or cheated or house ruled the shit out of it because, it wasn't really aligning with them. And I always said that a game engine should support the way that you play games, not, be a hurdle or a problem, Yeah, but I'm in the same way, Cole. I love the pacing. It's a great way to put it. The pacing, the tension pacing, the pacing of Draw Steel. And I'm just not in a tactical grid mood at the moment either. So I think that there's something to be said about learning from this and taking this, and it works particularly well in their game, which I think is great. So thank you, everyone. Hey, all right, we got Dora coming in.
Door tip $10. Layout, you're correct. Colville talked extensively about them wanting it to be a reference manual for a game to be played rather than just a book to be read. Very intentional, simple design. YMMV.
So Dort, I completely respect that. And again, it's something that I often talk about. Now, that's not to say that I don't appreciate the visual aesthetic of a book. But if the visual aesthetic of the book takes priority over its usefulness or layout, that's when I start to have issues. The only problem I have with that, Door, is in book 1, why are the line of sight rules and the area of effect rules in the classes chapter? Not to belabor the point, again and again and again, but like when we're in book 1 and we want to go to the combat chapter because we want to know how, say, flanking rules work, right? That's in the combat chapter. Oh, okay. We got these diagrams of minis and we see how they flank and we're like, cool. Where's the AoE stuff? Where's the line of sight stuff? Right? You're scrolling. You're like, okay, here's the rule for cover. Got it. With the grid and the picture and all the other stuff. And then you're like, no. We got to go to the classes section. And and then we got to go to the abilities subsection. And then we have to go to area abilities. And that's where we get this. So the fact that this is not only in a completely different part of the book than cover, concealment, how, the movement rules work, and that this is in the classes chapter is that's crazy to me. That to me is crazy. For sure. I'll just say that. So, yeah. So again, some of the ordering here. Now I get it. They wanted you to know how abilities worked, right? Before you started getting all your abilities from your classes, which makes sense. But I find that, I don't know, a little bit strange for sure. But I could live on it. I could live with it, but it is a little strange for me personally. And I find that I would probably, there's a lot of stuff that's just randomly in the classes thing, like keywords for abilities, how damage works, the rules for potency is inside the classes chapter, how critical hits work, how surges work, the effects rules, subordinate actions. There's just a lot of how line of effect works. So it's very strange to me that you have line of effect rules in the classes chapter, but then the cover rules are in the combat chapter. Like that is, and flanking rules. That is very, very weird to me, for sure. So that's where I go, okay, this might make sense as someone reading it for the first time, maybe. But then doesn't that sort of take away from its ability as a tactical manual? And then, and again, the fact that the index is in the beginning of the game, and but it's not even at the beginning of the book. It's like on page 10 or something of the book. I think there's gonna be a lot of instances where I'm when I get my hands on the real book, I'm gonna flip to the end and be very like, where the fuck is the index? And so it's very strange for me to have that. I'm sure they had their reasons. I'm not a game designer, and this is why I don't make games, because it's really, really hard. But today, I want to get into to this book. So right off the rip, we got book 2, Monsters, and this cover is even very reminiscent of the Flea Mortals cover. And so, there we go. So not only is this a Monsters book, but this is also a lot of playtesters. And they kind of talk about their inspiration here from Flea Mortals. You may have fought or controlled a few of these of my foes in MCDM's Flea Mortals, the spiritual predecessor to this book. So right off the rip, we have 28 pages on how monsters work, because they did not really explain monsters at all in the book 1. So not only does this include the monsters themselves, but also includes some of the monster rules. And then we've got a decent list of monsters. But what I'm going to assume, just on my first, I literally have not opened this book before, is, and I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that what Matt is going to do, what James is going to do, what Willie's going to do, is do what I think is the best design that has ever occurred. I don't think I have it on my back here, but it is from Monster Manual 4 from 3rd edition. And a lot of people think it's from 4th edition, which 4th edition did do this, but Monster Manual 4 from 3rd edition, to my knowledge, I think was the first RPG that that I was playing, rather, at least, that was doing this. And I think it, to say it lightly, it kind of changed the way that I think about monsters. So let me open up Monster Manual 4. This is from 3.5. So this is like, I don't know, 20 some odd years old. Oh, maybe, wait, did I say Monster Manual 5? All right. So what Monster Manual 5 did in Monster Manual 4 did is they introduced this idea of, okay, here is the page on the orc. Okay, now this is Monster Manual 4, so obviously the orc existed for a while, but what we have here is, now at this point in time, they were doing design already on D&D 4th edition, but under the orc title, you get information about orcs, but then you've already done this work of introducing us to the orc, but now here we have several orcs. We have an orc berserker. We have a war howler, which is a barbarian bard orc, okay? We have an orc battle priest, which is a cleric, right? We have an orc plague speaker, which is a template, the unholy scion from Heroes of Horror, orc cleric 5. And we have a half orc infiltrator, which is a half orc rogue. So in these 3 or 4 pages, we get really cool information about 3 or 4 or 5 different types of orcs. And although 4th edition didn't come out yet, we can kind of get an idea that, like, okay, one of them's like a leader, one of them's like a controller, one of them's like a brute. And then here are some sample encounters of a group of orcs. And it just gives you, like, it's like a little mini adventure nodule, in a couple of pages. And I loved this style. And it just kind of gives you this 3 or 4 or 5 page section about orcs. And especially when you started getting into the roles, it was really, really cool. And I really, really loved it. So I'm hoping that that's what we're going to get here as well. So, it looks like we've got our standard stuff here. We got trolls, we've got orcs, we've got Medusa, minotaurs, demons, giants, goblins, liches, hobgoblins. No skeletons? No skeleton. Oh, we have an section on undead, which appears to be about 18 pages long. So, pretty cool. Then, at the end of the book, we have information about dynamic terrain, which, again, is a big deal. And then we have information about retainers, which the game, again, that was another shocker that we had from part 1, which was a shocker to me, honestly, was that the game had this kind of domain management section. Crazy. But not only did it say, okay, you're going to be, kind of building your own castles and taking care of stuff, but there was even rules in there for having your own basically henchmen and followers. And they weren't just passive NPCs who, worked on your stuff. They said you could even potentially take these people with you on adventures, and that the monster book would have information about how to run these sort of reduced complexity characters. And for those of you who don't know, they did this in Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition. I think they did it in Dungeon Master Guide 2, but I could be wrong. But I think that's when they did it, where they introduced the retainer rule. I think it was actually called the retainer rule. I don't know where my DMG is for 4th edition. Who cares? Yeah, so I think they did that. I think they did that in here. Okay. So our first monster is we first get into monster basics. Okay, so the purpose of monsters. Let's see here. The first thing we talk about is the fact that monsters should be more than just 2-dimensional, but the character sheet is just designed to get them to be playable, right? We shouldn't view the monster stat block as the be-all, end-all of every single detail about the character. This was, this was a critical mistake that I think a lot of games continue to do into 2025, which is this need that every single detail about a monster needs to be in the stat block. And I just think that is a big mistake. In fact, earlier today, we were talking in our Daggerheart channel, and we were talking, somebody wanted to make a monster that was kind of Nazgul-like, and they started talking about different things, and, maybe I should get this ability and this ability, and I said, just hold on. I said, you're talking about ability that might only come up like once every 20 fights. Like, it doesn't need to be in the stat block. The stat block should be there so that the GM can run the monster. It doesn't have to literally represent every single thing that monster can do. And so I think that this language here is really good. And, the idea that a monster doesn't have to be as complex as a player character, because a player character is designed to be played for many, many, many dozens of sessions. And a monster usually is going to live 3 to 5 rounds. But that doesn't mean that the monster itself in the fiction is that simple or 2-dimensional, and that we as a GM should feel very empowered to give them whatever sort of additional abilities or additional context that we need in order to make them better fit in the sense of the realism of the fictional story. But from a mechanics perspective, we don't need, 80 paragraphs of text. We don't need to literally list out every single minor spell and ability that spell character can do. So I think that's really great. So the defining feature of a monster is that they impose their will on the world at the expense of someone else. A monster might take control of a land, summon a terrible force to destroy nature, or bring harm to someone weaker than them. This means that a creature driven by instinct who hunts for food isn't a monster unless they hunt outside of their needs. Without malice or cruel ambitions, such creatures are no different than a force of nature. A creature becomes a monster when their malice meets opposition. This often boils down to the monster fighting the hero over the fate of someone else. The game utilizes each monster in a way that challenges the heroes and the players, inviting them to use their abilities to overcome the monster's will. While I mostly agree with this, I wonder why this paragraph is here and what this paragraph is trying to stay. Like, they're obviously trying to confront something. I'm trying to think what it is that they're trying to confront. Some sort of preconceived notion, probably, of D&D and RPGers. Is it trying to make malice diegetic? Or they're trying to, are they trying to explain that? Got it, Jessica. I see what you're saying. So it's why there's not angels and unicorns. Got it. Okay. So they're really basically focusing on the idea that not all orcs are bad. Okay. But when orcs are, taking things at, the expense of others, that's when they become a monster. So it's trying to pass certain, political correct tests, right? They're trying to make it so that not everybody is evil, right? Not everybody is a thing. It's interesting. I don't know where I put it. Too many things. Twilight Sword, which is this new game coming out, Kickstarter. It's like very Zelda inspired. Talks about how the players never fight any sort of people, right? They only fight monsters. And you literally can't get into an engagement with someone who isn't a monster, All right. What does a monster become? A villain. If a creature is always a monster, then they are a villain. All right, there we go. Usually this struggle will last more than a single fight. There's certainly an implication of that, Phil. But I would also say that if you had a non-intelligent monster, let's say a bear, which had been, driven mad by being poisoned and now was, existing outside of balance, it's a very Avatar-like concept, right? Now the bear is killing and, even though it's unintelligent, I would say that it has become a monster. Yeah, right. Exactly. That's the high society. So yeah, I think they're doing a little bit of whitewashing here, but in a good way, where they're basically saying not every orc is a monster, but every orc you fight is a monster, right? And then you don't have to feel bad about it. Like that. That's kind of what they're. That's the kind of mentality that we're trying to get to. Because this is a game about combat, right? So one of the ways. What's up, RPG? Thank you for 4 months. One of the things about old school D&D, it's very interesting to compare this with other things, all the time. RPG, but thank you, RPG. PhD. Appreciate it. One of the things about original D&D, which I think people skip over, it's funny because people skip over it now, and I think it's worse now than it was back then. You see, back in the 1970s, you killed a lot of creatures. You killed a lot of orcs and goblins and you name it, right? But those creatures were existentially evil. And so killing them was, certainly not an evil act. And in some cases, actually an act of good, right? To let them live would be a mistake. And you see this philosophy sort of in Lord of the Rings, right? Orcs are essentially irredeemably evil and we kill them. But you might say that was a form of radical racial profiling. To a certain extent, yes. But on another level, it also allowed you to play the game kind of guilt-free because you're playing, when you play an MMO or you play a video game or you play, Diablo or WoW, or how many millions of creatures do you kill over the course of that game? just endless monsters, and you don't really think one bit about it. But when we start playing D&D, I think we become much more personally attached. And yet here is a game that is predominantly predicated upon violence against your enemies and kind of stealing their stuff and taking their belongings. And so it sort of struggle buses with it. But D&D, the old school system of alignment, sidestepped this by saying, well, yeah, but those guys are evil. We get to the modern day and people suddenly say, well, calling an entire race of people evil is problematic. Okay, fair. The problem is people still go and they play these adventures and they play D&D and they still kill these creatures. But now you're saying that these creatures aren't evil, which is now it kind of is more problematic, because now you're saying you're killing them and they're not necessarily evil, and you're killing them and it's not necessarily that they're irredeemable. So now you're like really just killing them and you're just really committing murder. So they like got rid of like the alignment suppositions. A great example of this is like Pathfinder 2. They got rid of the alignment suppositions to a certain, they got rid of the idea that every goblin's a bad guy. And then they immediately set you into an adventure and you're killing goblins and you're killing humans and you're killing, whatever, orcs or you pick it, you name it. And you're like, wait a second, if these aren't monsters, if they're not evil, then aren't we at murderers? Or, at best we're terrible people, right? Like it's this really, we're not at war. There's no organized state of this. Like, not that like it should ever be okay to kill anybody, but the point is that alignment made it okay to kill people. So this, I think, is Colville trying to kind of bring alignment back in a very roundabout way, which is to say we can define a creature as being a monster when it does X, Y, or Z. And then that makes it okay to kill because now it's a monster. Right? Does that make sense? So interestingly enough, they're talking about villains, and they're saying if a creature is always a monster, then it's a villain. So usually the struggle against a villain is much more than a single fight. It's not enough to oppose a villain with intent, magic, and strength. They need justice. As I said above, a stat block represents a creature in battle. If a villain is reduced to 0 stamina in combat, but with their main conflict with the heroes is not resolved, then they have lost the battle, but not the war. They can make a retreat, lick their wounds, and try again. Or if death is inevitable and their will is strong enough, a villain might return to haunt the heroes as undead until one side prevails. AKA, the dramatic arc is more important than the reality of the game world. All right. More information about monsters. They are really, really, really hammering this home. Everyone, with monster in quotations, monster clinical team. It's the other team. It's the away team. And if worse comes to worse, you can fight undead demons and war dogs. Now, why is it okay to fight war dogs? Doggies are people too. Monster basics, languages, keywords. We've got keywords for their type: beast, construct, animal, cursed. Okay, cool. Elemental, fey, giant, horror, humanoid, infernal, ooze, plant, swarm, undead. Oh, war dogs aren't dogs. Okay, never mind. Okay. Each director-controlled creature has an encounter value, abbreviated EV, that is used in building encounters. See the step-by-step encounter builder later in this chapter. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I mean, that again, it's a topic of conversation that is certainly par for the course these days, and yeah, I mean, I think that's, I think it's something to be discussed about, and rather than just ignoring it, at least they try to tackle it in some sort of context. When a director-controlled creature makes a free strike, they don't roll, and remember, free strike is opportunity attack, right? For the most part. Instead, their stat block notes a free strike value representing the amount of damage they deal with either of the following: a melee free strike with a distance of 1, or their melee distance, whichever is greater, or a ranged free strike with a distance of 5, or the ranged distance of their signature ability, whichever is higher. A creature's free strike has the strike keyword as well as magic or psionic, if it is that. Additionally, if the creature's signature ability deals damage of a specific type, the free strike deals that damage as well. These are static for 2 reasons. It keeps gameplay fast, you don't have to stop to roll dice, and there's no chance of a creature rolling a critical hit and bogging things down further when it isn't their turn. Second, by keeping these static values relatively low, heroes are encouraged to take more risks when it really counts, even if that might result in them taking damage from a free strike. And I like all of this. In fact, I actually said I think players should just have flat damage as well. So overall, I love this change. I love this rule. I love their explanation of this rule. And I am 100% on board with this. So this is to me where I talk about the iteration of people who actually have experience playing 4th edition D&D or even other grid-based RPGs. And this, to me, shows that these people know what they're doing to a certain extent, right? And as I remember, even though they don't have to roll, and this was another minor thing that came up, and I think maybe I tried to harp on it, but if a creature is taking Banes on a strikes, they cannot make opportunity attacks, and that includes here, even though they're not actually rolling. I think that's a huge element of tacticalness to this game. It means that if you could set up a situation where an enemy has Banes, you now have removed the ability for that enemy to make opportunity attacks and free strikes. So I think that is awesome. Fantastic. It's a really cool way to link Banes and edges and link it over with this different tactical element, which is a lot of fun and really cool. Signature ability. Every creature has a signature ability. This is the first action that appears in their trait block and is noted as their signature ability. And I'm going to assume that it's kind of the base of what that creature does. Like when in doubt, use the signature ability. That probably doesn't cost anything. It's kind of what we would call their at-will ability, just like players have their signature ability. Many creatures have traits which don't require a main action or a maneuver or a triggered action. Malice. Many creatures have abilities and features that require a director's resource called Malice. See Malice later in this introduction for more information. Now, I don't know anything about Malice. I don't recall if when I played the game it existed, and if it did, I don't really remember using it. Maybe it did. I don't remember. But it wasn't in the book 1, so it's in book 2. I'm led to believe it's some sort of GM meta resource. We'll see what it does and how it works. End effect. Okay. The solo and leader creatures presented in this book are designed to be fought in climatic battles at the end of an adventure or a campaign. Because of this, they have special abilities called villain actions. Okay. I remember, I think at the beta adventure we played, like there was like some sort of like, was it like an evil gnome in like a mech suit? It felt very like Nomergon. He felt very much like King Mechathorpe, I think. I don't think he was a gnome. He might have been a goblin, now that I think about it. But it felt very World of Warcrafty. I remember that. A creature with villain actions always has 3. Each villain action can only be used once per encounter, and no more than 1 villain action can be used per round. This holds even if you have 2 or more creatures with villain actions in the encounter. Such an occurrence should be rare. A creature can use a villain action at the end of any other creature's turn in combat. Villain actions are numbered and intended to be used in a specific order that creates a logical encounter flow and a cinematic arc, but you could choose to use them in any order that you can. So this is a bit like a phased monster boss from an MMO or a video game, right? Where it doesn't take up their main action. It's kind of like a lair action that kind of like moves with the villain. And then it's kind of intended to create a natural pacing for the game. And anybody who played 4th edition and really got into sort of a more video gamey inspired solo design, which a lot of us did, and certainly Fabula Ultima leans into this super hard, knows exactly what this is. And yes, it's gamey, but it can also be a lot of fun. The first villain action is the opener, which shows the heroes they're not battling just some ordinary typical creature. Openers generally deal some damage, they summon some lackeys, they buff the leader, they debuff the heroes, or they move the creature into an advantageous position and give them a taste of what's coming. The second provides crowd control. It typically activates after the heroes have had a chance to respond once or twice. The second action helps the villain gain the upper hand. The third and final villain action is their ultimate move, or ult, a showstopper the villain can use to deal a devastating blow to the heroes before the end of the battle. I mean, you know, they're using, I mean, look at the terms they're using, right? Oh, is he going to ult, right? I mean, this is just the way that people who are playing this game are going to talk. And I appreciate that they're actually using real language right before we get into these terrible names for Platoon. All right, creature organization. A level 1 ghoul isn't necessarily as strong as level 1 orc. Most creatures have an organization that determines the power level and encounter value of the monsters within it. A creature's mode of organizations appears after their level in a stat block. Most gnolls are organized as a horde, while shadow elves are organized as a platoon. Some creatures have a main mode of organization, while others use a few different ones. All right. This is a little strange to me, but... All right. Minions are weaker enemies who are made to die fast and threaten them en masse. They are outnumbered. They're cutting through fields of their enemies. They are meant to support minions, other creatures in other ways, and have special rules for doing so. Minions die quickly. In fact, some might die before they even have a chance to attack. That's why you build them 4 at a time. Full stop. We haven't got to it yet. But I will say that Smith and I loved the Flea Mortals Minion Rules. And even Daggerheart has admitted they stole the Flea Mortals Minion Rules for their Minion Rules. I thought this was a huge improvement on the 4E model. I like the way that Flea Mortals did it. I'm eager to see what they do it here in this game. I'm expecting much of the same. But again, Daggerheart's Minion Rules, which I really enjoy, are basically, they even list Flea Mortals as being one of their inspirations for their monster design. So, you know. Oh, it's the 13th Age Minion Rules. I don't like the 13th Age Minion Rules. As in, like, the minions all have one group of hit points, and every, like, 7 hit points you kill one of them. Like that, where it's just kind of, like, treated as, like, one big pool of hit points. Is that what you mean by 13th Age Minion Rules? Huh. 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 Interesting. Right. That's more like the hordes from Daggerheart. We'll get to it. On the whole, I didn't prefer it. I didn't like the 13th Age Minion Rules because it made them not feel like individual creatures. But I mean, it's okay. It works. It works, you know. Well, no, but if we look at the original rules, I'm totally okay that whenever a hero swings, that they kill a minion. I think that's totally fine. But if you know the minion rules from Flea Mortals, then you know that there was this idea of the minion threshold number, which meant that if you attacked, you were going to kill a minion, and then if you missed, you did nothing. So that's terrible. So this is great because that means you're always going to kill some. But if you do enough damage, then you'll kill 2 or 3 or 4. And I liked that system. Yeah. Okay. Horde. Daggerheart is very similar to Flea Mortals, for sure. Yeah, you have auto hit and 1 hit point minions in Sentinel Comics. Yeah. Monsters organized as hordes are hardier and work in smaller groups than minions. Now, see, like already the language there is backwards from what I would expect. Horde to me means a lot. Like I would think that you would have more hordes than minions, but anyways. But it still takes more than one of these creatures to effectively threaten a single hero of the same level. About 2 to 1. Horde creatures are more fragile than any other monsters except minions, so be sure to double or triple up their stat blocks. Platoon. They are highly organized and self-sufficient. Platoons are well-rounded organizations, well-equipped to handle most combat objectives. A single platoon creature is a decent threat to a hero of the same level. So, I mean, what we're talking about here is, right, is, you know, a platoon is like a 1-for-1. A horde is like a semi-minion. It's a 2-to-1. A minion is a minion. It's a 4-to-1. An elite is probably like a 1-to-2. Yep, there we go. Stand up to 1-to-2 characters. A leader is like 1-to-3, or 2 or more. And then a solo is like, you know, 1-to-5, 1-to-6. So we have this range, which is great. I just don't know that the name of platoon works for me. And that horde and minion, they feel like they're strange here. I don't know why this isn't just called a standard monster. It's very strange to me. Hey, we got oh man. $25 super chat. Hell yeah. Thank you, Funyuns and Flagons. What more Andraw can we cover? Funyuns and Flagons. I don't know. I mean, Delian Tomb is out, but I really hate covering adventures because a lot of people are going to play it, and it's, you know, it's I don't want to spoiler anything. You know what I mean? So the problem I have with this is, so you have Horde, which means a lot of something, and you have Platoon, which in real life, a platoon is bigger than a squad, right? I think a squad usually has like what, 10 to 12 people, and a platoon is like 3 to 4 squads. 2 to 4 squads, 30 to 50 soldiers. So that name doesn't really even make sense, because I'm sure you're not going to have 30 to 50 of them. But outside of that, okay, so we've got Horde and Platoon, which are both sort of ideas of organizations of troops. But then the other three, Minion, Elite, Leader, don't really tell you anything about the quantity of how many you're placing. Like Solo, okay, Solo works with Horde. Horde, you're like, oh, I get it. There's going to be a lot of them. Solo, oh, I get it. There's going to be one of them. A platoon doesn't really mean anything to anyone because, again, a platoon is like, we just looked it up, 30 to 50 soldiers, so I don't even know what that term means. But then Elite and Leader don't give us any idea of what, you know, what that would mean and how that would mean. Like, it's just this Elite. Anyways, I know. This doesn't matter. The name doesn't matter. It's just a weird choice. I don't know why. It's weird to me that they got stuck on this. All right, but whatever. Creature rolls, cool. You know we love it here. Ambusher, great. Artillery, perfect. Brute, yes. Controller, awesome. Defender, cool. Harrier, yes. Hexer, cool. Mount, sure. Support, okay, cool. So we've got our Ambusher, a.k.a. our Lurker from 4th edition. We have our Artillery, a.k.a. our Artillery from 4th edition. We have our Brute, a.k.a. our Brute from 4th edition. We have our Controller, a.k.a. our Controller from 4th edition. We have our Defender, a.k.a. our Soldier from 4th edition. We have our Harrier, a.k.a. our Skirmisher from 4th edition. We have our Mount, which wasn't a thing. We have our Hexer, which wasn't really a specific role. It kind of fell under Controller. They kind of combined that into two. And then we had Support, which in 4th edition was called a Leader. And now a Leader is a type of thing. But regardless, these are great roles. I think they'll work well. They fit into the framework of what I'm expecting, and that's, you know, pretty cool. Creatures who defend. Okay. A creature who takes the defend action can't take additional main actions on their turn. This means that if a creature has already taken a main action on their turn, they can't also take the defend main action. This applies even if the creature is granted an additional main action on their turn, unless they are specifically granted the ability to take the defend main action. Creatures who grab. They can only grab one creature at a time unless it specifies otherwise. Creatures who summon. Creatures who heal via damage. Harmless creatures. Okay. Malice, here we go. I'm excited about this. Just as every hero has their own heroic resource, so too do the hero's foes need their own juice to fuel their threats. The Malice is a resource gained and used by the director. You use Malice to let enemies in the game activate their most powerful abilities and throw surprises in combat. Great. This is a great time to take a little bit of a side tangent. Okay, I've talked about this before. I'm just going to reiterate this, and this is why this game is better than 4th edition, okay? Because when I'm playing 4th edition, the traditional rules of 4th edition D&D are you have one monster for every PC. So if you have 5 PCs, 4th edition was based around a 5 PC model, then I would have 5 standard monsters. I might have an elite and 3 standard monsters, right? Elite counts as 2 plus 3, 5, right? So that's a standard encounter. Cool. Here's the problem. Players can do a lot of damage. They can stack up their abilities. So your monsters may very well die. And they might die before they get to use their cool abilities. That meant for every conceivable reason, you were completely motivated, both from it made sense in game, but also it made sense tactically to use every single creature's most powerful attack on their very first round of combat. Because if you didn't, then they might die before they ever got a chance to even use it. Additionally, some of the creature's most powerful abilities often had a recharge mechanic to it, where at the beginning of every turn, you would roll a d6 for that creature, and if you roll a 5 or a 6, that power would come back, or maybe just a 6. Some creatures, like dragons, recharged their breath weapon when they became bloodied. So this meant you really wanted to make sure that you used their breath weapon at least once so that it was recharging, and then they get bloodied, it recharges instantly, and they get to use it again. If it's already off a cooldown, it didn't do anything, you know? So again, it created this problem where the very first round of fucking 4th edition combat was like a nuclear holocaust with every single creature using all of their most powerful abilities, especially the monsters, but the players too. And it meant that every round after that was like kind of more boring because everybody had shot their biggest shot, you know? And as a result of that, you were kind of left with the less impressive abilities or the less cool abilities. It also meant that a lot of people got really fucked up on the very first round of combat and got taken out. It just created this really, really weird play pattern where the tension of the game, of the combat, was its highest in round 1 and then plummeted round 2, round 3, round 4, right? Beowulf, exactly. You might as well wrap it up after round 1. Whoever wins round 1, you just narrate the ending. And yes, it's Rack Attack. Somebody said RFC must be getting jealous. They just posted a video. Roll for combat. It's a premiere, huh? Well, not exactly, because it's a video. Oh. Well, see, this is where the story gets more interesting. I filmed that video and I edited that video, so. That video is let me hold a second. Let's see if I think I might still have it up. Yes, there we go. There's that video in Premiere Pro. So good times. Anyways, if we take a look, we can listen to
just like glowing orbs of, absolute death and the energy, and this guy is as badass as they come. So you get pretty powerful. Like, it's worth it. So,
pretty cool panel, by the way. It was really neat watching everybody talk about the games and all that other stuff. Anyways, back to Draw Steel. Shouldn't you be watching your own video in your own Premiere, sir? So Henry is in chat. Good to see you, Henry. Yeah, it's the inverse tension curve. What's make combat feels like a slog. Imagine if movies did that, it would be terrible. Draw Steel wants a good movie feel, so it's flipped around and it's in the right way. And I got to completely agree with you, Henry. I completely agree with you. Are we not? Check. Okay, no, I was just making sure that Twitch is getting picked up. Boothby, exactly. Voltron never led with the blazing sword, right? Voltron, you know, the Power Rangers would try to fight the monster, and then they would start to get the upper hand, and then the monster would become big, and then they would summon their Zords, and then they would fight it in their Zords, and then they couldn't defeat his Zords, so they have to form Megazord, and then Megazord would fight the monster for a while, and then they would summon the big sword, and they would, you know, they would kill the monster. All right, so Malice. So Malice already sets itself apart from Fear in that this is a combat-only resource, and again, reiterating that this game seems to be focused on that combat perspective. At the start of combat, gain a Malice equal to the average number of victories per hero. Is there ever a world where this would be not the same? But anyways, maybe, I don't know. Whatever. It's the same. Then at the start of each combat round, you gain Malice equal to the number of heroes in the battle plus the combat round number. So there's that escalation that we're talking about. This is great. So if the heroes have 4 victories, you get 4, then 5, and then 6, and then 7. For instance, if 5 heroes with 3 victories each are starting their first combat round numbers, you begin with 9. Oh, 3 for the victories, 5 for the number of heroes. Got it. Okay. And then 1. So, okay, you start with 9. Okay, big numbers. You gain Malice equal to the number of the heroes in the battle plus the combat round number. And you start with a number of victories. Got it. Okay. And then after that, we gain 7, and then 8, and then 9, and then 10, and then 11. So I think that's really, really cool. So, you know, the heroes, get, you know, their heroic resources building up, but the GM gets their little bit of a bonus as well. And then as each combat round continues on, the GM's getting more and more, you know, scary, which is great. If a hero dies, they stop generating Malice for you. And at the end of an encounter, any unused Malice is lost. It's up to you whether you want to show the players how much Malice you have. Of course, I would show the players how much Malice I have. Some directors feel that the tension of watching the Malice creep up can create great drama. Yeah, so that's really cool. Do whatever you want to do, but I think that's definitely what I want to do. And by the way, I'm already digging, I know it's still mostly pretty basic here, but I feel like this is already better laid out than the Heroes book, you know? Now, Gossamer, I will agree with you on this. This is an important calculation, and I feel like this should be very clearly set aside in a very clear infographic. The fact that this is just buried in a text, I even read it the first time and read it wrong. So I do agree with what you're saying here. Like, this should have a nice, you know, maybe this picture instead of an orc on a throne should be some sort of cool infographic. You know, it's like step 1, you know, using like nice little pictures and, you know, whatever graphic designers use to, you know, illustrate points and stuff like that. Monsters can spend Malice the way heroes spend heroic resource, activating and enhancing their abilities. Specific types of monsters have other ways they can spend Malice once per turn, typically on features that affect an entire group of enemies, additional main actions or maneuvers they can take during their turn, or events that can affect the entire environment. Such features appear in the special Creature Malice section. You won't be able to spend Malice on every single option a given encounter has to offer, but it's totally up to you how you deploy your Malice, which is fun. That's a fun thing for the director to do as well. Do whatever creates the most fun for you and makes the narrative most sense. Very cool. All right. All monsters have access to the following features in addition to any specific features they have. So, brutal effectiveness for 3 Malice. They dig into an enemy's weak spot. The next ability the monster uses with a potency is increasing that potency by 1, more likely to inflict a condition or a status. Malicious Strike, 5 or more malice. They pour all of their animosity into their attack. The next strike they deals extra damage to one target equal to that monster's highest characteristic score. The extra damage increases by 1 for each additional malice spent on this feature to a maximum of 3 times the monster's highest characteristic. This feature can't be used 2 rounds in a row, even by different monsters. Okay, that is a little fiddly because I have to track it. Did I use it this round? Did I use it last round? I don't remember. And I spend 5 malice. I deal 5 malice to just deal extra damage equal to my highest score. And then after that, it's 1 for 1. So, like, let's say my highest score is a 3. 5 malice will get me 3 extra points of damage. 6 malice would get me 4. 7 would get me 5. 8 would get me 6. 9 would get me whatever. Okay. Clay Flame. That's a good. Okay, that's good observation. It's basically a malice sink. If you have more than you know what to do with, you can just say, "All right, fine, fuck it. I'm dumping it to do a lot of damage." All right, fair. I mean, because it's use it or lose it, right? And they just put a cap on it, so you just literally can't go like, I'm going to spend 20 malice and do, 17 extra points of damage. Minions. What they lack in power, they make up for flexibility and the ability to control all the battlefield. Creatures organized as minions work a little differently from other creatures because they are multiple monsters who function as a single unit under your control, which kind of sounds like a horde, but isn't. The knowledge of how minions work isn't a secret and shouldn't be kept from the players, which was a big debate back in the 4th edition era, and I always told my players what creatures were minions. Minions with the same name can be organized into squads of up to 8 creatures. All members of a minion squad act on the same initiative and can make squad attacks. So here we see a squad of 4 War Dog commandos with 4 stamina each has a stamina pool of 16. A squad of 8 goblin spine cleavers with 5 stamina each has a stamina pool of 40. So this truly is more like the kind of like the 13th Age game. And again, hordes in Daggerheart work the same way, but the idea in hordes is they aren't actually different minis, right? They're not different models. It's almost more of like you'd have if I was creating the mini, I might take a base that is like 4 by 4, 4 squares by 4 squares, and I might stick a bunch of zombie minis onto it, right? And I just go, this represents the horde. And it's like, it's a big moving block of troops. And it moves as an individual. We understand that fictionally it represents a group of lesser creatures, right? But they don't operate independently. These share a hit point pool like the hordes from Daggerheart, like the minions from 13th Age, but they are theoretically capable of operating independently, even though we activate them as a group. It could be a little tricky. We'll see what they come up with here. Minions have low stamina and fall quickly in battle. They allow heroes to feel extra heroic since a hero might kill several minions at once. Each squad shares a stamina pool with initial stamina equal to the minion's stamina multiplied by the number of minions in the blah, 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 blah. Whenever a minion in a squad takes damage, the squad's stamina pool is reduced by that number. Because it is tracked as a pool, minions can never be winded, cannot regain stamina, and cannot gain temporary stamina. Whenever a minion's squad's pool is reduced by an amount equal to that individual minion stamina, one minion dies or is otherwise taken out of the fight. So when you go from 40 to 35, you lose 1. If multiple minions take the damage that results in the pool dropping low enough to kill 1 minion, the creature who dealt the damage decides which minion dies. When a minion is taken out of the fight, it's treated as reduced to 0 for purposes of stamina effects. Now, if a minion takes damage from any source, okay. this is where the problem. This is the problem that we had in 13th Age. Okay, so in 13th Age, minions operated independently, and whenever a minion took damage, any excess, that basically affected the whole group. But what if you had an AoE spell and it said this targets D3 enemies nearby? And what if you rolled a 3 and you target a minion and a minion and a minion, and they're all in the same group? Well, per the rules, the first one would do damage and spill over, the second one would do damage and spill over, and the third one would deal damage and spill over. It was like, it almost made them too trivial. If a minion takes damage from any source except an area of effect, and that damage reduces it by an amount of damage equal to the stamina of 2 or more minions, then multiple minions are taken out by the damage. After dropping any minions who took damage first, the minions nearest to those taken out suffer the same fate. So the second problem is, what if you have... Well, no. I'm sure they address that here. The problem is... It becomes awkward. It just becomes like an extra level of thing that you need to track. Because the problem we have here is, it says, allow the player to narrate how their hero takes out additional minions killed by the attack. For example, they take 12 damage from the Spine Cleaver ability, and they maybe you kill them and throw them into another one and kill someone else. It's totally fine. Here's the problem. What if your minion group is spread out over the battlefield? Right? What if the minions aren't even nearby? Now, I get it. It's a gamist thing, but how does that make sense in the fiction, And so that's one of those things where I think it's a little bit awkward. You know what I mean? Sure, you can make the fiction fit. They run away, they see their person getting brutalized and they flee. Absolutely. But it does create I've played this game already. It was called 13th Age. And this is literally 13th Age ability. And I'm just here to say that the Flee Mortals system works better. That's full stop. So minion squads are particularly susceptible to damage dealing area abilities that target multiple creatures because the minion squad stamina pool takes damage each time a minion takes damage. However, such area effects can kill only those minions who are in the area. For example, a tier 3 outcome for a Talent's Incinerate deals 6 damage to each target in its area. If 3 goblins are caught in the area with stamina 5, then the pool loses 15 instead of 18, leaving them unscathed. Now, the reason why that's weird is because that wasn't a factor if we're attacking people, but now it's a factor when we're using an AoE. You know what I mean? It's a little strange, right, that my Fury can kill people on the other side of the battlefield or other minions on the other side of the battlefield, but the AoE can't. Now, again, this is not mostly, it's mostly a semantical difference. I just don't know why they changed it. It was so good in Flee Mortals. And like Smith and I were like, wow, this is a great book. And even Daggerheart was like, this system's great. We're going to steal it. Honestly, I think 13th Age 2nd edition might have even changed their minion rules. So, yeah. So the way it worked in Flee Mortals was that in Flee Mortals, minions had 1 hit point, and they had a certain overage value, So like if you did, spillover damage of a certain threshold, it did kill another minion, but it had a range. So just like Daggerheart, basically. Yes. And I only say this because in 13th Age, this came up a lot. Like it just did in our group, where area effects can sometimes weirdly end up being less effective against minions than somebody just attacking them with a basic attack. That does a lot of damage. Yes, if that's true. In Flee Mortals, you don't hit automatically. Here, every hit would be a guaranteed kill no matter what. I don't think that's a problem. Like I don't. If someone's attacked somebody and they deal and if we're playing draw steal and you attack a minion and you don't even kill the minion, I think you would be very disappointed. So like I think it's totally fine. You know, it's designed for you to kill multiples of around them at any time. You know. Anyways, I just find it strange that they changed it. They like literally kept some of the monsters. You know. Now let me be very clear here. I'm not suggesting that all the minions should have, like, for example, in Daggerheart, minions have 1 hit point. But if you do 5 damage, you don't kill 5 minions. You know? That's not the way this works. That's why in Flee Mortals, they had this threshold value that you had to do over, otherwise you didn't kill the next one. Right? And you had to do multiple iterations of it. So it's not like, oh, I did 6 damage, 6 minions died. No. Remember, the 1 hit point thing is an abstraction anyways. It's not the end of the world. 13th Age did it. I've played 3 13th Age campaigns, and I played, I don't know, 10 or 12 4th edition campaigns. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I probably have a lot more experience with these rules than most people. You know, I'm just telling you that it could be kind of mess up. So I don't know why they changed it. And then that the fact that you have to create specialized area of effect rules just to prevent the minions from becoming eradicated is one of the reasons why I don't like this rule, because you have this very simple, easy rule. And then now you've got to make a rule so that rule AoE isn't too powerful, because you gave the ability for people who are like swinging a sword to kill multiple minions. But now you're like, but now AoEs are too strong. So now we have to rein AoEs in. Otherwise the AoEs would be too strong. It's a little strange. Anyways. All right, act together. When minions act, each minion in the squad uses their main action in concert. This is because minions have squad actions that require participation from all minions, requiring all attacks by a squad to happen at the same time. Individual minions can choose to waste their main action doing nothing with the rest of the squad uses their main action in concert, or they can use a maneuver only to alleviate their own circumstances. Minion turns are meant to be short. They can move and they can attack, basically. Or they can move and maneuver, or they can move and move. Individual minions can also make opportunity attacks. That said, minions usually don't have bespoke triggered actions, keeping them easy to run. Even better, because this game doesn't make you roll attacks of opportunity for creatures. So you remember when I was talking about horrible GMs that didn't tell their players that those creatures were minions? This is what I'm talking about. Earlier when I said, I was like, there was always debate about people like complaining about minions. And I'm like, I can't believe that there were GMs out there who didn't tell their players these are minions. Each minion has a signature ability that is typically a strike targeting one creature or object. When multiple minions in a squad use their signature ability on a turn, you make one roll for the whole squad. Each target of a minion's signature ability is affected by only one instance of the ability. But when 2 or 3 of a squad's minions attack the same creature or object simultaneously, each additional minion causes a signature ability to deal extra damage to the target equal to the minion's free strike value. Because this is blah, blah, blah. So I like this. And I kind of want to steal this for Daggerheart. I think. So I like... Now, in Daggerheart, you have to use a fear token to squad activate a group of minions. Totally fine. But what I like about this is you activate the whole squad. You can activate your minions. They all go at once, but you can attack multiple people. And you can attack up to 3 minions per player, which is a fine value, and we just make one attack roll, but we can apply that across an entire group of people. So we make one roll for the entire squad, and of course it's always going to hit. But each target of a minion signature ability is only affected by one instance of the ability. So rather than having 4 people attack, the problem is with the group attack of Daggerheart is it all has to be on one person. And I feel like that doesn't work well for the minion concept. I want my minions to be spread out over multiple foes. I think that's what makes them cooler. So I kind of want to steal this a little bit. Anyways. So, for example, a squad of 3 demon pitlings are attacking a shadow and a conduit with their spit ability with a tier 2 outcome on the power roll. 1 pitling targets the shadow, dealing 4 damage. 2 target the conduit, dealing 4 plus an additional 2. If a minion squad scores a critical hit with their signature ability, all the minions participating in the ability can take another main action. Well, remember Lollipop though. You can miss. But yes, I mean, I think minions should feel dangerous. I think that's okay. I really like rolling once and getting on with my life. Rolling individually for minions felt terrible, so A+ here. And I like that they have these squad rules that let them sort of join their attacks together. And, you know, not making it so that you just get like, I'm going to attack you 8 times. It's 8 different attacks. Each attack does 8 damage. I attack you 8 times. I do 40 damage. Like, that's just way too much. The maximum number of minions attacking the same creature being 3, while the standard squad size 4 makes my brain itch. You know what? Yeah, you're right. That is kind of weird. And now we're getting into the fiddliness. I love it. Of 4th edition, aka Draw Steel. If you use multiple squads made up of same types of minions in a different encounters, for example, 2 squads of Goblin Spine Cleavers, it's important to make it easy for the players to tell squads apart. Perhaps use a colored magnet or a ring or a sticker to track which part of minions are part of which group. Many online virtual tabletops have tools for adding colors or textures to icons that makes tracking these different squads different. And yeah, that would be a nightmare. I guess advantage to 4th edition there. It didn't really care. Also, by the way, 4th edition, each minion technically had its own initiative. There were some rough rules for 4th edition. Attaching a squad captain. Any non-mount, non-minion creature who speaks a language can be attached as their captains. They could just be bullies or inspiring. A captain takes their turn at the same time as the minion members of their squad, but isn't limited in their actions as the minions are. When a minion squad has a captain, each minion in the squad gains the benefits noted at the with captain entry on their stat block, usually a boost to damage or speed. I'm the captain now. If a squad of minions loses their captain, a new allied creature can become that squad's captain at the start of the next round. No action required. Like it should also like hurt the minion squad, or they should flee or something like that. Like if you kill the captain, it should be, you know, it should be impactful. So again, I like these minion rules, but I just wonder why they went with the 13th age approach and not with their Flea Mortals approach. I get that you rolled automatic damage here, but I'm okay with that. Like let people automatically kill a minion. I mean, is that the worst thing in the world? I mean, we're talking about they said that the rounds are like 3 to 4 rounds long. So if you spend your turn killing minions, is that like really the worst thing in the world? So I'm not really worried about that. So, I mean, yeah, I listen, feedback is feedback. Somebody sent me a message. Okay. This is a long message. Correct, Highlander, but then they can just get a new captain for free at the start of the next round. and it doesn't even require an action. So they can just immediately get a new one. That seems kind of silly. Like, it doesn't seem like, oh, like when you take out the squad's captain, it feels like that should be like a real benefit. They shouldn't just be able to slot in a new one automatically for free. So James says, before I dive into the update, I need to tell you a little bit about how minions worked in our May playtest. If you're familiar with Flee Mortals or 4th edition D&D, you know that minions are designed to die quickly and be effective in large numbers, giving you the feel of taking on a whole horde of zombies or demons without having to track a zillion different stamina pools. In Flee Mortals, minions died if they took damage from an attack or a failed saving throw, or if the damage met or exceeded their hit point maximum from a successful save. If a 30 damage fireball spell deals damage to a group of minions who each have 5 hit points, all those minions are going to die because even a successful save will do more than half their hit points. You could also overkill minions by dealing damage to one that was more than their HP maximum and then overflowing that damage to another minion that was within your reach. You could do this multiple times per attack, resulting in lots of minions dying when you scored a critical hit. I tried a few different iterations of minions for our games that were similar to Flee Mortals, but the instant damage of attacks, I think he means automatic damage, meant that a minion always died when targeted with an attack. You can't miss, so minions were barely a threat. That's okay, I'll just add more minions to an encounter. Well, that's too swingy. If the minions act before the heroes, they're devastating. Well, what if we try saying you don't have to deal damage equal to the minion's health to kill them because you don't? Ah, crap, I just introduced a null result into our game. Maybe you can't overkill minions. You can just kill them one at a time. Well, that's terrible. The problem is that area attacks are still devastating, and you suck if you don't do it. What if I just say minions are low-health creatures who can combine attacks? Now you have to track their health, and it's a pain in the butt. The problem I have is with this. It says the instant damage of attacks meant that a minion always died when targeted with attack. Do we really expect in this game that you're going to target a minion with an attack and roll so low of damage that you don't kill it? Like, is there a world in which you strike a minion and don't kill it? And are we okay with that? That seems like it's really not great. At the same time, I thought about how other games run minions. Star Wars Edge of the Empire and 13th Age have minions with a pooled health. That's really smart. James and I disagree. But yeah. I mean, because he even says in his here's the fundamental disagreement. James says, you can attack a minion. He's excited. This is why he's excited with this solution. You can attack a minion and not kill any, but still reduce the overall health pool of the minions and make progress on the minion destruction. And he seems like he's excited for that. I am not excited about that. So the Clay Flame brings up this. So I distinctly remember that the Warlord in my 4th edition party, my Warlord had a ability that was usable, I don't know, once an encounter, once a day. And what it did is it marked every enemy within 10 squares. And then at the start of their turn or something like that, they took an amount of damage equal to the Warlord's charisma modifier. And this auto-killed minions. There were a lot of things in 4th edition that auto-killed minions. And you know what? That's okay. Like, that's what they're there for. I mean, I don't know. I thought it was pretty sweet. But anyways, let's get into step-by-step encounter building. Step 1, think. Have cool monsters, a motivation, stakes, consequences for failure, opportunities, an interesting map. Step 2, choose your difficulty. Trivial. Easy. This is worth 1 victory. Standard, worth 1 victory. Hard, worth 2 victories. And extreme, 2 or more victories. Okay, now we have to determine the encounter strength. You have to use this as a benchmark for buying monsters for your encounter. You start at 4 and you add 2 for each level of the hero. For example, a 3rd level hero has an encounter strength of 10. Then you add all the heroes together. So 5 3rd level heroes is 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 is 50. And we have the chart here. So 5 3rd level heroes is 50. So Mark Lore says, it seems some mid-level minions have 9 to 10 hit points, so I guess they could survive a main action or maneuver that rolled low. And I just think that that's not a result that I want. You know, James says, I want to avoid the null result. Well, dealing damage to a minion group and not doing enough damage to even kill one would feel a lot like the minion, would feel a lot like the null result to me personally. I get that I've reduced the minion pool of hit points from 60 to 51, but that isn't enough to even kill a minion, and I'm just going to kind of feel very like disappointed in my life decisions at that point. I don't know if I like this next chapter. Victories make the heroes more powerful on their way to the next level. For every 2 victories the heroes have earned on average, increase the party's encounter strength as if there was another hero in the party. Since you can rarely predict the exact order in which the heroes will face encounters to an adventure, it helps to keep a list of monsters with an EV roughly worth the encounter strength of 2, 4, and 6, and you could drop them into the encounters on the fly. Okay. I really don't like this. Like, at all. Yeah, I don't like this at all. Like, number one, I like, the whole idea is like, why don't I like this at all? Because to me, this fundamentally, yeah, Don Poke answered it, but it's not very cinematic to have a scaling formula like this, not to mention the effort or the work. It's number one, it means that if our group, it's like one of those video games where no matter what level you level up to, the boss is always going to be 2 levels higher than you. So even if our group fights through a lot of extra, encounters, when we get to the final battle, now the final battle's tougher. And so it didn't really matter to us, that we struggled to get here. And so the world is essentially, all the encounters are dynamically getting stronger as we're getting stronger. But secondly, no. Now that's different though. Like that would be like if let's say I created an adventure and it's a tower, right? And the monsters on the 3rd level of the tower are tough, and the monsters on the 2nd level are pretty tough, and the monsters on the 1st level are fairly easy, right? So there's a natural progression, and it's built in. And in fact, one could argue that you have to fight your way through the 1st and the 2nd levels in order to get to the 3rd level, in order to have the victories to be able to counter them. But the other thing is, the idea is that your encounters are supposed to be reducing your recoveries. And the trade-off is that you now have less healing to rely on, but you have more victory, so you have more heroic resources. So when you go into that tough fight at the end of the day, you don't have all these recoveries to get all this healing back. And so you're getting more powerful, but you're becoming more fragile. But if the encounter is just getting more strong, and not only it's like a quantum ogre, but the other thing is, these are very complicated encounters, 4th edition encounters. And now we're talking about adjudicating them and adjusting them like on the fly by just keeping some extra monsters in our back pocket. That just sounds like a real, number one, pain in the butt. But number two, as a player, I would know that, hey, we've gone through a bunch of encounters and we're really low on recovery, but that's okay because we're ready. We're dedicated. We're going to go kick in the door on the Lich and we're going to take him out. And you're like, yeah, but because we've had a couple fights today, we know there's going to be more monsters in the Lich's chamber than there would be otherwise. And it almost creates an incentive to want to go rest, which I don't like. And it kind of removes some of the sport aspect of this game. You know? Now, of course, you could just, not do this. But so correct. So Enrique says, yeah, the feeling I get from this rule is that I would prefer to rest before the final fight than going in. Correct. Yeah, I know that you literally just can't go, rest. But yes. Well, now you say this is about benchmarking how strong the reward is. Agreed, except for this. Since you can rarely predict the exact orders in which the heroes will face the encounters, it helps to keep a list of monsters standby so that you can easily drop or swap these creatures into an encounter on the fly. So it's basically saying that, like, they're expecting that you are going to change the scale of your encounters to dynamically account for how many victories the players have. Like, let me give you an example. Okay. Like, if I had the Tower of Darkness and I had, a couple of encounters, and then I make the final encounter with the Necromancer or the Lich, whatever, an extreme encounter, that encounter is already tough. And that's how hard it is. In fact, it might be really hard for the players to fight that encounter. But the idea is that by fighting their way through the tower and earning standard encounters and earning hard encounters, the players are earning victories, and they're going to enter this extreme encounter, and it's going to not be an extreme encounter. It's going to be a hard encounter. And that's like a reward to the players for keeping pressing on. And now this really tough fight that they may have had no chance of beating now becomes something that they can actually beat because they pushed on. But if I make this extreme encounter harder by dropping in or swapping in some extra creatures so that it's still an extreme encounter, it feels kind of like you're moving the goalposts. That's what it is. It feels like you're moving the goalpost. It's like, hey, that person in the NFL the other day or today, like they kicked a 70-yard field goal. And like, so now kickers are hitting 70-yard field goals. And so now they're like, oh, when you kick, we're going to move the goalpost back 10 extra yards to make it harder for you because you can kick longer. Like, that doesn't feel, fine. That doesn't feel fun. So. Well, I'm assuming because it says every 2 encounters or every 2 victories, you act as if there is another hero in the party. So, I mean, they're the ones who are basically saying that the difficulty scales. So another way to put it is if, every 2 victories, 5 heroes become 6. It's like you went from, let's say your 3rd level, it's like you went from 50 encounter strength to 60 encounter strength. And if you had 4 victories, you would be at 70 encounter strength. So. Right. I like that. The trade-off by design is supposed to be the PC's pushing your limits aspect. More heroic resources, but you have less recoveries. or you've used up your consumables, or you've used up your other things. And so now when you're going into that final fight with the Lich, maybe some of your players, maybe some of your PCs only have 1 recovery left, or 2 recoveries left, or 0 recoveries left. They only have the hit points that they have, and so I like the idea that an extreme fight at 0 victories might be a moderate fight at 6 victories. I like that. But this is saying that we should increase it. I mean, again, you don't have to. You could ignore this. I mean, if we're talking about playing this game system, Mark Lore, and I'm going to read all of this shit, and I'm going to learn all of this shit, if I still have to fudge, fuck that. Like, what is the whole point of this thing if we're learning all these different systems and going through all this meta currency and we're tracking Malice and all this other stuff? If at the end of the day we still have to fudge it, like, what are we even doing here? That's I mean, that's Matt's philosophy perhaps, but I think that's just terrible. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. What is the point of the whole victories thing if you're just supposed to rig the combats to keep them the same difficulty, right? This is for those of you who don't understand, this is like the Pathfinder 2 problem. People in Pathfinder 2 get really excited when they level up because they're, they gained a bonus to their strength, and they picked up a new magic weapon, and their proficiency increased by 2. So they got +1 to hit from their strength, they got +1 to hit from their magic weapon, and they got +2 to hit from their proficiency increase. So their proficiency increased by 4. But then when you look at the math tables in the game, every creature's armor class also just went up by 4. So you got stronger, but you didn't. So I don't know. I thought the idea being that as you go deeper and deeper into the day, you are at greater risk of dying because your recoveries are decaying. So yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll have to see what it does in practice, obviously. Colville had a video where he defends fudging as providing a curated experience. That made me understand why people fudge and respect it a bit more, but it's not for me. I mean, I don't ever respect it, but that's just because of the way that I approach these games and what I think this game is all about. Sure. I mean, I could, yes, providing that accountability and that balance is fine, but so it's just it's just not what I would have expected. So I would think that players want to, again, it's like, for me personally, if I know that the longer we go in the day, that the GM is going to just start adding more monsters to the fights so that their relative encounter balance level stays the same, that would be a very negative, that would be a huge turnoff for me. That's just me, right? If you're telling me that, like, for example, to put it another way, if the players did something in the game that gave them a massive, let's say D&D 5th edition, the players did something in the game, they know they have to go fight the dragon. So the players go and they find this awesome, they do something and they get this crazy thing, I don't know how they do it without the GM knowing. And it gives them a +10 to hit. And so then the DM goes, okay, but the dragon's supposed to be tough, so I gave it +10 to AC. That's kind of what this feels like to me. So, and I just don't like that. This feels like it's robbing, player the choices. I mean, I remember the first time, I think it was Final Fantasy VIII was the game where the bosses auto-leveled to your level. And when I realized that, I immediately equipped the 0 random encounter Guardian Force, so I never had random encounters. And then I just ran through the whole game, and I was only like level 12, like when I fought like final bosses, because it was scaled to my level, so it just didn't matter. And I didn't fight anything because I was immediately like, oh, so leveling doesn't matter. I don't really care. Anyways. No, I said Final Fantasy VIII. Final Fantasy VIII. All right, so we have to, regardless of what our budget has become, we need to build objects. So we can spend this encounter to buy hostile creatures to take place in our, it's interesting here. You spend your encounter budget to buy hostile creatures. They spent an entire 2 pages in this book talking about how just because a creature was hostile, it wasn't a monster. It doesn't make it a monster, but that we only fight monsters in this game. And then it's interesting that they used they chose to use the language hostile creatures and not monsters. Just, I don't know. It's strange. It's just, which, no, it just tells me that first page and 2 was just entirely performative, and they just added that to, smooth over any ruffled feathers. That's what it says. Like, this is the real language. Well, okay, so to put it another way, Grim Prism. So Grim Prism says, if the DM plans for the party to have all those victories, does resting and spending their victories damn the party? If the party goes into a fight, being able to... So another way to put it is, if you have the final fight versus the Lich, and the party enters it, and they have no hit points and they have no spells, do you make the Lich easier? If the party has a bunch of necrotic resistance and necrotic immunity, and they're at full hit points and they have a ton of scrolls, do you just suddenly make the fight harder? Is the difficulty of that encounter set before or after, you determine when the party encounters it? And do you continue to change it even in the middle of a fight? My answer to that is no to both. I think the encounter is the encounter's difficulty. And that's what makes the game, that's what makes the choices that you made better. Another way to think of it is this. We have 2 players playing through, we have 2 groups of PCs playing through identical adventures. Okay. We have Group A and we have Group B. Okay. Now, Group A are better players, and they are able to go through the series of encounters to get to the Lich Necromancer, and they use less recoveries, right? They are able to accumulate more victories. They are able to play better, use less of their consumables, use less of their recoveries. When they get to the final encounter, they go in there with plenty of hit points, plenty of recoveries, and plenty of victories. They start the encounter with a lot of heroic resources. That fight is hard, but manageable. The lesser group struggles, and they spend most of their recoveries. And when they get to that final fight, that fight is maybe hard, maybe too hard. What we've done here is we've given the players an incentive to be good. to get good. And for a game like this, I think part of the fun of a game with all these very technical, tactical, crunchy options is this idea of there's a difference between being shitty and being good, and that your performance matters, right? And that you being able to play well is going to give you an advantage in the game. But if that other group that played really, really well, if we just make the encounter harder, or if the group that played really poorly, we just make the encounter easier, then what incentive is there, even at a meta level, for the players to play well? And my answer is, why do we care so much about these choices, about, giving surges and moving and being dynamic? And why are we doing all those choices if they don't matter? The whole point of it should be that they matter, that those choices and our ability to play the game well and make good tactical decisions should reward us in the game, in the narrative, in the fiction, right? But in the system as well. And that's why that kind of like dynamic encounter difficulty scaling, is very, to me, counter-purposed to what this game is trying to do. Correct. When we miss someone in Pathfinder 2, we usually just don't even play.
Edward tipped $5. Ugh. I wanted my new 4E, but so many choices in draw still baffle me. Sticking with Daggerheart. Hashtag Dagger reaches when?
Dagger reaches when. Thank you, Edward. Now, to be clear, I still think this is a better game than 4th edition. But I think what we're seeing here is we're running up against, we're running into two different problems, okay? So a tactical game is like football, right? Where you make the better team wins, right? You make good choices. You made good builds. You made good plays. Your players performed well, and you are rewarded with a higher score than your opposing team, right? That's the way sports work. That's the way tactics work, right? If you make better tactical choices than your opponents, then you win in war, in sport, right? Pick your poison. The problem is that can run counter-purpose to something being, quote, cinematic, because when you go and watch a football movie, it's never, okay, it's the fourth quarter and the PCs are up by 100 and the other team has no chance, right? That may be very tactical. If the players have been playing well all game, then chances are good that when you go into the fourth quarter, they're probably crushing it. The score is probably like 47-3. But that might not be very cinematic. And so what do we want in a cinematic game, right? We want it to be like, oh no, the score's tied up. The other team, is within striking distance. They have to have this. You have to do a Hail Mary play. It's some crazy, because we want to be really dramatic, and as a result, there's a desire to make the fights harder so that the players don't like run away with the game. Whereas I think it's totally fine. Well, no, Rudy's a terrible example because the whole point of Rudy is that it was a blowout and they are winning by such a large margin that they can put in the, crappy player who is Rudy and let him run a play. Correct. A blowout is hardly, oh, it was a joke. Okay, never mind. All right, never mind, Faceless One. So I actually read the Malice scaling with victories, and I almost said something, Lollipop. I almost said something. It almost bothered me, but I wasn't entirely sure that I what that level of impact was going to be, but I did almost say something because I was kind of like, it's a little bit weird. And I was like a little concerned, and I was okay with it. I was going to give it a pass. But now the fact that I get more Malice and more monsters seems very strange to me. Anyways. Put simply, this is not how I build encounters. That's long story short, that's just not how I build encounters. Nor is it how I like to build encounters. All right, so do we get like a table? See, is there not really? I am really shocked that this like isn't a table. How does this work? Got it. Once you have your encounters foes selected, you put them into initiative groups. You want to try to keep the total EV of any group between the encounter between strength of 1 to 2 heroes. Doing so helps they can hold their own. Got it. All right. So each creature's budget is equal to its EV. To ensure an encounter is challenging but not devastating, you want to choose creatures whose levels is no more than 2 greater than the player's levels. But if the heroes have 6 victories, you can push that upper limit to within 3 levels of the heroes. Solo creatures are an exception. Some creatures outside might fall into your EV budget, but they have the potential to deal devastating damage. Yeah, like you have a budget of 50 EV and you like spend it on one 40 EV creature. Minions come in groups of 4. Typically, you don't want more than 8 creatures per hero at any time in the encounter. But in addition, if the encounter has more than 3 creatures per hero, at least half of them should be minions. It's still a lot of creatures. Okay. And then we stick them into groups roughly equal to that of 1 or 2 heroes. So, for example, level 3, we have 10 EV per hero. So we have roughly 50 EV because we have 5 heroes at EV of 10. So we want each group to be between 10 to 20. I mean, I don't hate having a lot of creatures. I think that makes the battlefields a lot more cooler, you know? I don't like some of these Pathfinder 2 battles where it's like you fight off against like 2 monsters. I think it's just very boring. I like having a lot of, monsters. Granted, and the fact that they activate as a group is kind of cool to keep the initiative order from like overwhelming you. Minions help that out a lot as well. Then we talk about using the different roles for the creatures, how ambushers work, how artilleries work. And we've talked about a lot about this in terms of 4th edition. Cool. Then we have information about a map. And again, this is something I think that, so many D&D and Pathfinder 2 adventures, like literally just have like, you open the room and there's like, the room is like 20 by 20. So it's literally 4 squares by 4 squares. And there's like a single creature in there. And you're like, if the whole party entered this room, we couldn't even move. It doesn't make any sense. So somebody had said something that the encounter spaces in like Delian Tomb are huge, which is A+. I think I used to have like, most of my 4th edition fights were at least, like 100 feet by, 100 feet or something like that, But the other thing too, which I think is also important, is you have to have a good map. And I think a lot of people sleep on maps. They'll just, find something from some free battle mat or, JPEG or whatever, and then they just throw it down there. But the truth of the matter is the map has to have texture to it. It has to be more than just a pretty picture. Like it actually has to mean something. I doubled when we played it on Foundry, I literally changed the grid sizing to half so that to double the size. It was just unplayable with the way it was written. You know, yeah, ledges, columns, walls, dynamic objects, things that they could be thrown into, off of, especially this game, you know. Now, what this means to me personally, I would find this game hard to run, you know, seat of my pants, low prep, because I would want to take the time to craft a really cool encounter with a lot of cool, interesting terrain elements. And that means building it in a, you know, VTT, or it means having the information or having the things available on for your home setup, and crafting the monsters so that they work well in that environment. You know, you can imagine, you know, ledges in the background with, you know, with artillery monsters on them. And then there's a big pit in the middle with a, you know, maybe some sort of controller that's trying to push, or brute, which is trying to throw the heroes into the pit and keep them away from the artilleries while the artilleries are firing down, you know, from their covered positions. And there's pillars that the players can push, you know, monsters into, or maybe they can knock them down onto the ledges. They can run up to engage the artillery, or they can knock them across the pit to cross it as a bridge. You know, like having all that stuff is really, really cool, but it's really, really important, especially for this game, because it has all of these collision rules, pushing rules, pulling rules. I played a lot of 4th edition adventures that were basically just flat featureless rooms, and it was really, 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 really boring. So I love that they're giving this advice. I mean, even more so, this game literally really leans into the vertical element. So they start talking about vertical maps. Yeah. So that's something that I think is really hard to just, you know, bust out of your ass. So, and then they talk about doing more than just killing all the monsters. So, having different objectives, and they have information about, you know, and then for each one, they talk about what kind of monsters to use. What should the map look like? Does this make the fight more or less difficult? What are some of the success conditions, and how many victories do they earn? So if the goal is simply to defeat them, that's the basic easy one. But what if you want to only defeat a specific foe? And here's information about how you might change the monsters. Like, for example, the specific foe should probably be a creature that has a fair amount of hit points. If the specific foe the players need to kill is a minion, it's probably not going to be the work the way you want it to. But if it's like a brute or a leader, something that has a lot of hit points, stamina, that makes a lot more sense. Maybe it's an elite, but it's higher level than the players, right? Give it a defender or two to kind of, you know, make you have to work your way through it. That's a lot of fun. But then the fun challenge of this fight can be, can we defeat this foe and not waste time killing unnecessary foes, thus conserving our recoveries for future battles, which is where my mindset of play well, get rewarded comes in. If I play well and I get rewarded with the difficulty level of future encounters becoming harder, that doesn't really feel like a reward to me. But maybe that's just me. So we got get the MacGuffin, destroy the MacGuffin, save someone, save, you know, NPCs. There's like an escort. Yeah, there it is, escort. Very cool. Ooh, I like a good hold them off. These I think are underutilized in the game, most games. Typical duration. No, look here. Even for a hold them off, it says it should have a fixed duration. The number of rounds must be defended successful. A typical duration is only 3 rounds. So they are really expecting these fights to be over in 3 rounds. I'm curious. I'm going to do a poll. I mean, obviously, this is not a D20. This is not a D20 system, right? You auto hit. That's a big reason that they can make the fights shorter. But the fact of the matter is, when a encounter is only 3 rounds long, you only get 3 opportunities to change, to make a decision, right? Thaddeus, they have, I believe they said 3 rounds in the hero book, I believe. Someone who's much more familiar with the game could maybe talk about it, but I believe believe it said 3 rounds. Oh, you meant like in real time. I don't know. That's a great question. But that means you only get 3 opportunities to like make a choice, right? To take an action. So how long do you like your TTRPG round-based combats to be? All right. Poll is going up. How long do you like your TTRPG round-based combats to be? 1 and done. 2 to 3 rounds, 4 to 6 rounds, 7 to 10, or 11 or more because you are crazy. I've often said, and this sounds like a crazy person, I would rather have a combat be like 15 rounds, right? But I want each round of combat to be like 2 minutes. Right? Now, obviously, we can't do that, but I like 15 because what I like then is that because it's not about the time, it's about how much decisions do I get to make before new information and the combat changes and I have to make another choice. So I'd rather have like a 15-round combat, but only if, like I said, if the combat round takes 2 minutes to go all the way around. Right? If I could do a 15-round combat in 30 minutes, cheers. Obviously, you literally can't do that, right? Unless you're like playing a video game. So it's interesting, but yeah. So great, by the way, just great advice in this book. I mean, I was expecting a monster book, but we've really gotten the other side of the GM advice here. Information about all these different things. And I like that they talk about the map, the monsters, the roles, how it changes the difficulty, what happens if you fail, what happens if you succeed. And we've got some really great advice here. I mean, this is a great section of the book. And hopefully people take it to heart and make some really good encounters. This is the classic, right? You need to stop the ritual, which is great. Here's the opposite. We need to complete the ritual, which is great. All right. Well, overwhelmingly, everyone has voted 4 to 6. So here's some information on running encounters. So use stat. So it's interesting that, after everything I was talking about, the first thing they say is use stat box as written, which is interesting. They're like, don't make it up. Just use what you got. If you use it, the creature will do it. Basically, they're like, don't try to figure this shit out on the fly. Use what we wrote down. I don't know if that's what they were trying to say, but it's kind of how it comes off to me. Remember that you have those default maneuvers, the ones like grab, hide, knock back, all the stuff that heroes can do. If you want a dynamic characters, keep moving your creatures, which is great advice. Although hopefully we avoid Congo lining, because that is a thing in Pathfinder 2. Congo lining, for those of you who don't matter, is where people all end up flanking each other and you just end up in one big line. I wonder if that'll happen in Draw Steel. We'll see. But spread the damage around. In an encounter with a lot of creatures, it's tempting to focus fire on a single hero. This could be a good tactical move, but it's not always fun for the players. Many heroes have triggered actions that can use when they take damage. So spreading the damage around gives heroes to do a bunch of different stuff. Yeah, it's kind of, again, it's great advice, right? The game is supposed to be fun. The question is, in a game like this, with all these like tactical bells and whistles, is part of the fun of the game, trying to actually, play hard and beat your opponents? I don't know, that this is where I even with 4th edition, I sometimes had a very weird dilemma, because I felt like as a game master, I had a natural desire to want to like create a fun and compelling evening. But as a 4th edition game master, I also felt like I had a duty to be like kind of the opposition and to provide them with tough tactical opposition, like we were on opposite sides of a game of Warhammer or Warhammer 40K, and that I was trying to play hard to win. They were trying to play hard to win. God knows that my players were focus firing single enemies, you know? I'm not gonna. We would spend. Spreading the damage around is definitely soft fudging, Lollipop. It is soft fudging, and then we go right into hard fudging. I've said before that I am a patron of Matt Colville's. I've been a patron of Matt Colville's for a long time, and I like about 80% of his videos. The videos I don't like are the ones where he sees game masters as like authors, and the game is, I don't know, not important. And that is just not how I approach role-playing games. And furthermore, I really don't want to approach a role-playing game that is bordering on 700 pages if you include the players' book 1 and book 2. And I don't want to tell my players that they need to dedicate, learning 500 pages of rules, and it doesn't really matter how they play, good or bad, because I'm just going to change the stamina on the fly. Now, granted, it's not saying you must do this. It's, it's just saying I don't view it that way. Now, granted, there are games that I play that are like that, but they aren't games like this, right? There are games that I play where, it's very clearly, it's above board. It's like, when I'm playing Fabula Ultima and the players kill my boss monster, I will spend my 2 Ultima points and be like, I will cast off this earthly form and be reborn. I am the evil force of hatred that was powering him. You have only made me stronger. And I'm not like making that up. I'm literally just following the rules of the game. But there's still this idea of it being linked into this currency and into this progression. Me just changing the number because it makes it better. Even if my players never know that happened, I find that to be damning to the player's agency. And for me, that's the most important thing to a role-playing game. The most important thing about the role-playing game for me is the player's agency. The players are there to take actions and have those actions matter. And if I, the GM, am moving the goalpost behind the scenes, then the choices and the actions that they're making matter less. Full stop. Now, you might be okay with that. I'm not. So that's just me. That's just my take. Play nice, even if you don't play fair. It might be tempting to keep a flying monster far out of reach of the heroes, or popping that third villain action at the start of combat, or causing rocks to fall from the sky every turn. But the less the heroes can do about any specific situation, the less involved your players will feel in the game. Use any tricks you can think of to make combat exciting and challenge the players, but make sure they are challenges that they can overcome. Now, right, I agree. I'm not saying that this should be, there's a difference between that and a full simulationist combat as war type game, So, yeah. Because even when you play a full simulationist combat as war type game, typically the players will still bitch a lot if the monsters do to them what the players want to do to the monsters. Like if the players are just walking down the road and all of a sudden the GM goes, and then the goblins trigger their ambush and there's no need for rolls because their idea was so cool and you're all dead and there's no need for rolls. Like if the players did that to the goblins, they'd be high-fiving each other. And if we did that to the players, they would be very upset, rightfully so. And that's ultimately because it is a game. At least it should be. I mean, there's some psychos out there who are like, no, if that's what the simulation demands, then I will allow it. So we have information about changing monster levels and reskinning them, which is great. And how to calculate a monster's encounter value. Obviously, all the monsters have an encounter value, but if we want to reskin them, this is how we recalculate the monster's value. I'm not going to read all this math, but okay. So now we get into the monsters. Are there any, especially we got some people in the chat who are definitely knowledgeable Draw Steel fans. Are there any particular ones that we should look at? I figure we'll look at maybe we'll look at, I mostly want to look at the first echelon. By the way, again, Draw Steel, Daggerheart made a huge mistake with making tier 1 level 1 only. I much prefer that this is, thing. So you want me to look at a level 11 solo as the first monster? Why would I ever do that? Yeah, I'm not reading all this. All right. I like ogres too. Orcs, undead, trolls. You know what, Thaddeus? We're going to do that. We're going to do orcs, undead, and trolls. That's a great list. All right, let's take a look at orcs. Orcs are on page 215. All right, so we've got information about the orcs. Cool. We've got their random Orden languages that they speak. All right, so in addition to the basic Malice abilities which we got, all orcs get the following Malice features. They have Overwhelming March. We can spend 3 Malice, and each orc shifts up to their speed through enemy spaces if they can. Each enemy passed through this movement makes a might test, and we can do damage to them and knock them prone, or potentially just push them out of the way. Now, when it says each orc, I assume that means each orc in that initiative group, right? Molar Trench. Molars are like these pig dogs. An orc acting this turn summons 2 molars out of the ground who dig a trench. I think it's all of them. Oh, okay. Okay, that's pretty gnarly. An orc acting this turn summons 2 molars out of the ground who dig a trench that is 10 by 1 lines within 10 square. It is 2 squares deep and is difficult terrain. I mean, that is very gamey. Basically, they can create trenches at will. But, hey. No, they're not even actually there, Mr. Goats. They're not. I assume they're not real. I assume that they don't actually. I assume they're not real monsters. They literally are just there to provide flavor for why a trench appears. Yes, it's Schrodinger's molar. I mean, we don't know how a combat roam. Meanwhile, we could also dig pits. So, here's what I'm going to say. Okay? This is what I'm going to say. You guys aren't going to like this, but I'm going to say this. Yeah, because notice here, even with the molar cavity, the ground shakes as a group of molars dig a 5-cube pit beneath an area where, we're not. I mean, this one actually seems to actually summon molars, I guess, because this one doesn't even use the bold term, right? This uses a bold molar, and this uses thing, and this one says specifically summons. This one isn't summoned. So this one is the descriptive molars. This one is actual molars. Now, here's what I'm going to tell you. Okay? Yeah, I see the molar stat on the next page. Here's what I'm going to tell you. Okay? You ready for it? This is incredibly stupid. It's utterly gamist. It's terrible, but it is perfect. And the reason why I say it's perfect is because this is exactly the type of stuff that you need. This is the stuff that 4th edition D&D was lacking. You need to have stuff that can make the battlefield interesting. I hate to say it, but in MMO perspectives, you need to have don't stand in the fire. You need to have, oh, this is the danger zone. Oh, we have to move so that, we don't fall into the pit. It's super, super gamey, right? And I kind of agree, with Ludo, you have to be stupid to make cool abilities. Like, not every orc can be not every orc can be a geomancer, right? Not every orc can be a spellcaster. And, it's the thing is, it's like, if you think too hard about it, it's going to hurt your brain because it doesn't really make a lot of sense. But that's okay, because it's going to make for a more interesting tactical fight. The fact that, you've got orc burrowing pig rats that just kind of pop out of the ground and can start reshaping the battlefield at will. What they're just everywhere in the world. They just happen to be right here. What's the ground terrain? We don't worry about that. It just makes for a better fight. And, right. So this is what we call mechanics first design. We can explain in the fiction however we want, but this happens regardless. What's up, Tim? Good evening there, sir. Okay. Molar is a minion ambusher. 7 squares. Wow. All right. 4 stamina, 1 stability, 2 damage with their free strike, which makes sense. It's a minion. They have an earth bump. It just does some damage. And I don't know how I'm reading this. So this is obviously melee 1, but it says effect. The distance increases to melee 2. But then it says if the molar is 1 or more squares beneath the target before they use this ability, a target who has might less than 1 is also knocked prone. But so is it always melee 2? No, I get the thematic, what it is. It's just like, but this part of the effect has no, maybe this should be after the if. I don't know. Anyways, it gets the idea, right? That they can, bump the earth underneath them, hit them, and yeah. Yeah, why doesn't it just say melee 2 at the top? Right, because if I read this effect correctly, this is always true. That's all I'm saying. Okay, and this is a 2/4 side damage. Yeah, Dor. I think that's how. I think that's how it should be read. Right, the distance increases to melee 2 if the molar is 1 or more squares beneath the target before they use this ability. A target who has one is knocked prone. Yeah, I think that makes a lot more sense, Dor. Okay. And this makes even more sense. They don't need line of effect to use abilities against creatures touching the ground. Makes sense. And then ground grinder. The molar can use the dig maneuver at the start of the encounter. Additionally, while the molar burrows within 1 square below the ground above the burrow is difficult terrain. So again, and this is a fucking minion, the thing about it is, like, again, this is doing things that are going to shape up the battlefield. This ground grinder is going to, create swaths of difficult terrain. It's going to be dynamic and changing the battlefield, a lot. Now, I'm just saying, I want you guys to put your GM hats on here. You have an encounter. You are level 1. You have 30 EV. You spend 3 of your EV to create 4 minions of molars. Hell, maybe you spend 6 EV and you add 8 molars. Or maybe you summon them through your molar trench ability. Now, all of those molars have a burrow speed. In fact, their movement is burrow. Their speed is 7. The game encourages us to have the monsters move. At the beginning of the fight, before anything even happens, our molars can all dig. That means they can all move 7 squares. So we have 8 minions all moving 7 squares. Additionally, as long as they are burrowing within 1 square below the ground, which they can because that's how their earth bump works, the ground above where they burrow is difficult terrain. So does that mean that you are drawing out 8 different lines of difficult terrain and that you are adding that and noting that to the battlefield when you move every single minion? That's a lot of info to update the battlefield. Now, dig apparently doesn't move that fast. Dig. Can move through dirt horizontally and either has the means to breathe while do so or doesn't require air to live. Such creatures can't move through more than solid ground. So it doesn't really seem like your speed is affected. When a creature uses a dig maneuver, they can move vertically up to a number of squares equal to their size. If a burrowing creature has a creature who is unconscious grab, they can't willingly move deeper. But that's specifically for the vertical thing. In any case, I'm just simply saying, even if they weren't moving that much, that's a lot of drawing. Yeah, it seems like the dig maneuver. The dig maneuver just lets them burrow into the ground, right? So what I'm assuming is that at the beginning of the encounter, they can dig into the ground. But it then says, additionally, whenever they're burrowing with 1 square below the ground, then they leave behind the Bugs Bunny trail of digging underneath the earth, right? So basically, when the fight starts, they dig into the ground. Cool, that makes sense. But then, even on their turn, when they move, they're going to be leaving behind these, Bugs Bunny train. Anyways, long story short, it's just a lot of extra, CPU cycles, Just say, when there are 3 or more molars in an encounter, the entire ground is difficult terrain. So our Minion Harrier is the Orc Blitzer. And again, this is just a minion. They do damage, and a target who starts their turn adjacent to 3 or more blitzers takes 3 automatic damage. Cool. So they want to stack up around people. And if they are reduced to 0 stamina, they can make a free strike before they die. That's pretty brutal on minions. Now, Real Nutriment says, I'm not sure it's permanent. I think it's while they are moving. So I assume it only until their next turn, in which case that's even more awful because that means you have to draw it, leave it for a turn, and then erase it, and then draw it again. Now, there are a lot of minions here. Here is a minion, Artillery. They have an explosive moat. I will say it is so nice to see, the 4th edition nomenclature, oh, cool. I know this is arranged because it has this cool little icon. It's just very, very, very clear cut. Very, very, very nice to say. Let's see. They do damage, and they can push and shift, which is nice for an artillery. And again, all the orcs seem to have this blood fire burn where they get to make one last strike before dying. I mean, even if you had 4 molars, I think that would be a lot of work. I mean, that's the minimum. That's the minimum choice. They come in a batch of 4. A glorifier is a minion controller, which does sonic damage and slows. We have a minion brute, which does more damage and pushes and prones. So far, yeah, I like the minions. They all have basically the default orc ability of Bloodfire Burn, and then they all have basically one signature, one signature thing, which is fine. And then we shoot up to a level 3 platoon, which is a standard monster here. So this is a more legitimate monster, right? This is a level 3 standard monster, equivalent roughly to a PC, right? It has an EV value of 10, right? Remember, we saw that 3 or 5 level 3 PCs had a total EV value for a standard fight of 50. So 5 of these guys would be a standard fight against a group of pairs. In fact, 4th edition called 5 skirmishers the wolf pack encounter. So if we could imagine a fight against 5 of these guys, 50 stamina. Yikes. That's a lot. That's a lot of beef. Holy crap. That feels like a ton. Doesn't that feel like a ton? Am I crazy? Does that feel like a ton? Weren't the players getting like 8 a level or something, or 7 a level? All right, I'll trust you guys. So, the combat, now, I mean, obviously there's going to be different things than just kill them all. But assuming that we had 5 PCs, assuming that we had 5 PCs and we had 5 of these guys, we'd have 250 stamina worth of HP. The PCs have 3 rounds, so they need to do 83 damage a round. There's 5 PCs, so each PC only needs to do an average of 16 damage per hit. And remember, they will always hit. So, yeah, I guess that works out. All right. All right, so our first full orc is Relentless. If they are reduced to stamina, they can make a free strike before dying. If that kills that target, they don't die instead. Brutal. They can also end their movement in a prone creature space. The first time that they enter any creature space, that person takes 3 damage. Nice. It's kind of a nice little wombo combo there. No. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It's not that was if they rolled the 17 though, right? I mean, that's not easy to do. And we can see the jump up in damage on this level 3 full-blooded monster. It also has a Malice ability. So to remind ourselves, all monsters have the generic Malice abilities. Orcs have the Orc Malice abilities, and then this monster has this Malice ability. And this lets them bash an enemy, and the amount that they push somebody is equal to the number of squares they moved on their turn before using this ability. So their speed is 8. So they could move 8 squares, hit somebody, and push them 8. Now, an ally targeted by this ability ignores the damage and can move, so they can also push it. Now, there's only one problem with this power. Does anybody know what it is? Mark Lore got it right. All right, I'm going to move 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Push you 8. It doesn't actually track like that they moved 8 squares. That's not even how it's written. So you could just kind of go tick, 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 8, and then just send somebody flying off, technically. And this is like, this is the thing. It's like, well, of course they can't do that. Well, no. I mean, like, go from square A to square B to square A to square A to square B, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, and backwards. Mr. Goats, this is not a charge. You just have to move. This is not a charge. In fact, you can't do shield bash on a charge. So in 4th edition, this was called the blender strategy before they nerfed it, where a player would create a wall, and every time you anytime a monster entered the wall, they took damage automatically. And so players would really spec for slides, which lets you push and pull monsters, and then they would push the monster into the wall, pull it out, push it, pull it out, push it, pull it out, and push it. But they would all do it within the one slide ability. So they would just go, brrr, and the monster would take like 20 automatic damage 5 times, take 100 damage, and be dead. They eventually nerfed that, but just saying. As long as your players are pledging to not be that lame either, as long as we're in the, maybe they do. I mean, there is entirely possible that they call that out. Kylone, I mean, well, yeah, I don't think that has anything to do with what we're talking about. I am not familiar with the cheese grater in 5e. Yeah, the thing about very gamey games is there's a fine line between the players being lame and the players trying to win. And these type of games, whether you want to admit it or not, encourage the players to think about the game as one that they win. And that puts players into a mentality of wanting to win. And they can adopt, and I know this as someone who ran a lot of 4th edition campaigns for a lot of different people. It creates a mentality of, I'm not here, I'm here. The GM is putting these challenges in front of me. I have all these abilities. My job is to, overcome the challenges. All right, so now we have a platoon hexer, and the hexers are like our debuffers, and we get a and I agree, wanting to win is not the same thing as munchkinning. Mr. Fizzer, I actually completely agree with you. In fact, I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to win. In fact, I would argue that, I honestly don't think you can blame them for thinking that way in this kind of game. I don't think if it's lame, it's the game fault, but they give you all these choices. It creates an incentive that you want to play to win. I think that's okay. And I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily, Mr. Fizzer. I'm simply saying that this can create a sense of players feeling maybe potentially cheated if they come up with a cool strategy for winning and the GM says, oh, you can't do that. But yeah. Yeah, so the way I would solve this, that's not a bad idea, Dor. The way I would have solved this is simple. I would have made this part of a charge. And I would let the monster, basically make a charge attack. Because the charge language already includes the fact that each square that you move during a charge has to bring you closer to the target. So the moment you started ping-ponging back and forth, the charge wouldn't work. And it would fail. So you could just use existing game mechanics and just apply it there. Anyways, Hook and Chain. So this is a melee 3 ability, which is cool. We got our, we do damage. We pull them. Again, I'm already very tickled. This is what was missing in 4th edition D&D. I know we're just looking at orcs, but I got to be honest with you. This stuff is fucking rocking. Because it's creating dynamic terrain on the battlefield. Almost everything that we've looked at is pushing people. It's knocking them prone. It's pushing them huge values. It's pulling them. It's really, really moving people. I'm telling you, this is huge. One of the changes that I talked about, well, how would I change 4th edition, is I said 2 things. I would create more push and pull, and I would make movement and being pushed and pulled more of an impact and more of a bigger effect. And they seem to have fucking figured the same thing out, because this is great. And then if you get hooked, you can't move away more than 3 squares. So you got to check. You're stuck on the chain. You can't get away. They also have a heavy crossbolt. And then they have chain link. Whenever the chain lock is force moved by a creature's ability, the creature gets pulled the same amount. So if you push the chain lock away and he's got someone grabbed, he brings them with him. And then he also has the relentless ability. So again, another thing that 4th edition did that's really cool is one of the things that links all these orcs together is they all have this relentless ability or this bloodfire ability. And that's neat because it makes these creatures feel like orcs. Even though they're different, they have different roles and different abilities, they all feel tied together by their orc ability. And although these ones are a little bit, I will admit, a little bit unusual, they all feel joined together by their orc malice abilities, which is cool. And I like that. I like that sense of joining, of making the creatures join together. Oh, okay. It's the orc ancestry ability. Okay, I was not aware of that. So then we have, that must be a molar, huh? That thing's big. Oh, look at that little piggies. More orcs. Here's the Eye of Groll, a level 1 platoon artillery. So this is a level 1 monster, something we might fight of. We do cold fire or lightning, and we do that kind of damage, and we're immune to that much of damage. Not immune, but resistant, which is called immunity. So we've got, what's the range here? 10 squares, perfect, 50 feet. It does cost 3 malice to use this ability. Did I miss that? Did this other ability cost malice? Yeah, okay, it did cost malice to use this. No, that was their signature ability. Holy shit. That's sick. Wow. That hook ability is great. But they don't even have a signature ability. Interesting. The artillery doesn't have a signature ability. I thought it said every creature had a signature ability. Interesting. Boss is saying that's a typo. Yeah, okay. Got it. So this should be a signature ability? Okay. I mean, so anyways, we got a range 10, 1 creature. We do 6, 9, 12. It pushes, look at this, slides, or we could shift. Again, good for artillery. Oh, they're both called elemental discharge. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it definitely looks like a copy-paste typo. Fair enough. But yeah, anyways, this is cool. I mean, again, one of the things you want to do with artillery is be able to move and or push back enemies. And like 12 damage slide 6 is awesome. You know, you blast someone with fire and they get thrown to the side. Very cool. Pushing them further away from the artillery, but also maybe into the clutches of one of your allies. Again, this is the stuff, I stress this enough. This is the stuff that 4th edition didn't have that this game needs. And it's great to see it. We can also do a 5x2 line. So it's like a AoE straight out from us. And it does a little bit of damage and pushes them. But they also gain weakness to the same damage. So we set them up with the elemental discharge, and then we keep hitting them into it. Yeah, we hit them right into a molar trench, or we hit them into a molar pit. Fantastic. This must be a ambusher. Yep. Basic damage and shift. And then if it has an edge or double edge, it deals an extra 4 damage. And that's gross. That's a ton of damage. So if it has a double edge, if it has double edge, the least amount of damage it could do is 13. Because we can't get tier 1 on a double edge. And we do an extra 4. And if we get 12 or higher, we get 12. That is nasty. Yes, there's no potency on any of this, including the prone. You just get fucked. It did, just not enough, hides his eyes. It really did. It did, but not enough. A lot of things in 4th edition gave you effects, conditions until end of next turns. I'm not saying that stuff isn't important. You know, you had a lot of this stuff in 4th edition. Dazed, save ends, you know, which is fine, but it didn't change the battlefield. I cannot stress that enough. Pushing models around, pulling them, moving them, that is tangibly fun. And it really makes the fight feel so much more dynamic. When you're moving or being moved and it's not your turn, it just makes the whole grid-based, round-based combat thing, especially also when you have a lot of reactions, which this game also seems to be pretty good at giving people triggers or immediate actions or whatever they call them. That combined creates a much more lively play experience and makes the battlefield feel less static. It's really surprisingly effective. I feel like Pathfinder 2 can feel very static as well. For one Malice, they can turn invisible. So right off the rip, I mean, by turning invisible, they're already going to get a edge. So all they need is somebody else giving them an edge, and they've already got the double edge. But even just turning invisible gives them an edge, which means they're already doing 10, 13, 16 damage, which is really, really gross. Yes. Exactly, Grim. You know, they also have the strangle of action, which is Dazer, and they cannot communicate or use magical abilities, which is great. I'd be like, nope, you can't talk, you can't plan. You're being strangled. That's great. All right, cool stuff. That must be the elemental or the Orc Eye of Groll with the flaming abilities. More orcs. We got a Juggernaut. We got a God Collar. We're not going to literally go through every single creature here, but there are so many fucking orcs, and I fucking love it. This is exactly what I wanted to see. It's hitting all these different levels 1, 2, and 3 with minions, with controllers, defenders. Here's an Orc Rampart. We got a level 2 defender. Let's take a look at a soldier. Look at that chonky boy. 60 stamina. My spear, my foe. And it's just straight and to the point. It does exactly what I want a defender to do. If we hit anything other than our minimum, we hit a taunt, you know? And I love it. Can I see a pattern to how they are laid out? No. They're alphabetical by last name? Except, well, nope, the minions go first. The minions go first, then that's B, C, E, F, G, H, I, O, G, H, I, J, K, elemental P. Yeah, it's alphabetical, but the minions go first, I think, is how that worked. Oh, you know what? It's probably minions, then hordes, then platoons, then leaders, or then elites, then leaders and solos. Well, this one has a W, so that doesn't help us. And this just must be a monster. Oh, it's a 2-pager. This is a... Oh. I got to admit, after the paucity of art that we've seen throughout the book, this is almost like too much to take in. Like, look at this. It's almost a full spread. And then the mount comes last. An elite mount, by the way. No, I like that. This monster looks cool. I love, like, it's like it's like the Haradrim from Lord of the Rings, right? And instead of riding the big elephants, they're riding their big dino lizards and blowing their thing. T-Rex Howdah. That's exactly right. I love it. I want to take a look at this defender though. All right, so oh, sick. Okay. Check this out. Oh, cool. Look at this. So not only you do damage to them, and then you taunt it. And then remember, I believe taunting is you get double bane on anyone who isn't the person who's taunting you, right? I think that's what taunting does. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's what it is. And as a result, the best you can do is the level 2 ability, but you're also very likely to do your level 1 ability, which usually sucks. But then when they make this attack, this ability has double edge against any target who dealt damage to the Rampart this round. So when the Rampart taunts you, you are incentivized to attack the Rampart. But then if you attack the Rampart, he is much more likely to hit you with his next ability, which is going to keep you taunted and deal more damage to you. And so there's just no way to win against this ability. And that's awesome. He also has an ability called Castling. He moves or shifts up to their speed adjacent to the target and then swaps with the target. And it's a maneuver and it's one ally. I don't know why you would ever move instead of shifting, but this is great because he basically, his ally's in trouble. He uses a maneuver to shift up to him, swap spaces with him. And now he's in melee and his ally, hopefully, is now protected from melee. Oh, you can't shift through difficult terrain. Boss, very smart. You're a very smart person. Yes. So now you can use this no matter what. Obviously, you'll be moving at half speed and potentially provoking opportunity attacks, but that's fine. No, these are just the ability names, I think. And then no. This is a triggered action. Self. A creature targets an ally adjacent to the Rampart with an ability that also doesn't target the Rampart, and then they take the attack on themselves instead. This is like a fucking defender's fucking defender. Signature ability. Taunt. With a double incentive if you hit him again. Can move in. Move his ally out of the way, granting him an extra ability to get in there and get his ally out of farm. Can take hits and tank them for their ally. I mean, this just does everything that you would want a defender to do. This thing would be really annoying to play against. in a good way, like in a good way. There used to be a rule in 4th edition which said don't use too many soldiers, because they're kind of annoying. But this is great. This is a nasty monster. Very cool. Good. Just got good design. And I also like, by the way, that the defender, well, maybe just this defender, we're only looking at one. The defender isn't being too fancy. The defender's not pushing you through walls. It's not kicking you through ceilings, right? It's locking you down and controlling the fight. And that's what they're there to do, which is cool. It makes that, this is why role-based design is so cool, because you as the game master know what this guy's job is. And the abilities that the game gives you are very good at doing that job. Like for example, what do I want a controller to do? I want it to make it difficult for the enemies, the players, to move. What does this guy do with his signature ability? He knocks them prone and now they can't stand. Perfect. This is just what I want. He can also drop a sinkhole, which creates a burst area of difficult terrain that also has a good chance of restraining you, meaning that you can't move. You're stuck in the sinkhole. So obviously, when you have a controller like this, if you have a bunch of defenders, well, that's not going to make any good because these guys are going to have to close into melee anyways. You're not really taking the most advantage of it. What you want with this is a creatures like artillery, people that can take advantage of the fact that the players are stuck in a sinkhole or stuck in, prone and unable to rise because of the earth pillar. And that's really cool because now the artillery work really well with this monster. I would say painfully so. I mean, this is brutal. Now, obviously this costs 3 malice, but this is signature, Lugs, that would be very difficult to do. I don't really know what the A to B would be, but yeah, I mean, these are good. These are cool monsters. I also, now granted, potency adds that whole other thing. Because here's the problem, right? as a GM, I know what the players' agilities are and what their mights are, right? The players may not necessarily know what the agility and the might of the orcs are. And because the orcs have different roles, you know, like, for example, this guy has 2/2. This guy is 1/1. But it's a long way of saying that in 4th edition, sometimes the player, you know, monsters would just miss and they wouldn't do anything. What's cool about this, obviously, is the monsters can't miss. Now, granted, if I target a bunch of high agility party members, nothing's going to happen to them. But if I know that I'm targeting low agility party members, you know, there's a very good chance that their asses are going to be on the ground and unable to stand up, save ends. Oh, that's also brutal. They do not need line of effect if you're on the ground. So they can, like, you know, be behind a wall and hit you with their earth pillar. Oh, no. You still probably need line of sight. I don't know what the targeting rules in this game are. But still, interesting. Oh, it's very tough. It's very tough, the orc, yes. Okay, so next we are going to go look at the undead section. Was huge, so we're going to actually skip that. Does this have an index? Wow, this doesn't have an index either. But at least it has a table of contents, I guess. All right, we're going to go look at trolls, which is my other favorite one. I mean, I like trolls too. Grim says undead. The problem is the undead have, you know, a ton. I don't know. Yeah, it has bookmarks. Look, the undead have a whole separate section. There's undead. Look at there's 12 undead in the first echelon. There's another like 10 undead in the second echelon. There's like 12 undead in the third echelon, and then there's like 6 undead in the thing. But you know what? To make Vin happy, we do need to look at the skeleton, because if I remember correctly, when we originally looked at this game, he didn't like it because the skeleton wasn't a dude with a sword. All right, so here's our decrepit skeleton. It has a bow, which isn't terrible. That is kind of part of the original thing here. The skeleton is the bone shard. It is an artillery. I remember Vin was really upset about this. So we looked at this. I don't even know when we looked at this, a while ago. And I remember Vin being very upset, saying that all skeletons should have, basically be, like from Jason and the Argonauts, a clatter of bones, a rusty blade, maybe a rusty shield. Hey, what's up, Cosmo? Thanks for stopping by. Look at that. The art even has a sword. Where the hell? That's true. We're in our Minecraft era now. Where's this skeleton? Now, to be fair, bone shards does work in melee. It is melee 1, but where's the sword? And it's still an artillery, so. Anyways, I'm not giving him too much crap for this, though. Bone spur. They get out of mandatory military service, right? But then they got. You agree with Vin, the skeleton traditionalist? Yes. I begrudgingly agree with Vin here. Skeletons. We need that traditional skeleton. All right, let's take a look at trolls. I love trolls. So again, information about trolls, and let's take a look what the trolls malice features are, because I think that's really cool. I love how that ties the monster together. One troll acting this turn spews out a half-digested meal in a 5x1 line. Each troll heals, and every other enemy has to make a might test. Weird. Have we seen this before? It's like a backwards test. Huh. Interesting. So it's like a saving throw. I mean, let me explain something here. Oh, was it the same? Okay, it is a saving throw. Okay, this is awesome. This means that all of our trolls have an AoE heal on demand that also does damage and can also daze, weaken, or just ping them for a little bit of acid damage. Okay, I just didn't really notice this before. I fucking love this. It does cost Malice. No, 100%. I wouldn't want them doing this on repeat, over and over and over and over again. And this just themes together. By the way, for people who don't really appreciate this, let me see if I can find this piece of art. Probably not. So in Warhammer, trolls had an attack. Oh, perfect. I found it. In Warhammer, trolls had an attack where they could attack with their claws, or they could attack with their stomach acid, and they would just vomit. And when they vomited, they would automatically hit. And they didn't have to roll to a hit. They would just automatically hit one target in front of them instead of 3 attacks. Normally, trolls had 3 attacks. And they would automatically hit with strength 5, and it would ignore armor, right? Because it's vomit, right? So obviously it ignores armor. And this is one of my favorite pieces. I think this is like from Warhammer 6th edition or something like that. But this is one of my favorite pieces of Warhammer art. This is like a group of, this is like an Imperial patrol fighting a group of trolls in the swamp. And I just love this art, this projectile vomit of the troll with half digested bones and stuff, and it's just eradicating this guy. This guy right here is burning and melting. And obviously, they've got one down over here. It's steaming and regenerating, but they're trying to kill it before it dies. Anyways. Yeah, this is maximum Warhammer art, obviously, but it's one of my favorites. This is one of my favorite pieces of Warhammer art of all time. So anyways, trolls are cool. So big shout out to trolls for having this foul fuel ability. I love that it heals them too. Oh, wow. A little bit of Undead. Still good. Emergency meal. For 5 Malice, each troll in the encounter can make a free strike against a creature adjacent to them and regain stamina equal to the damage dealt. Brutal. That seems really nasty. Is there a limit? If I have enough Malice, can I just do this at the start of any troll's turn? Yikes. That's brutal. Wow. It's a good thing these characters are very strong. This fucking seems so... because you get a decent amount of Malice, right? That's pretty good. Yeah, they sure are, Thad. We'll see when we get to the actual profile. Lastly, we have Bloody Banquet. Well, we get... Right? But it's 5 for all the trolls to do this, right? But I'm just saying, don't we get a number at the start of the combat, we get an amount of Malice equal to the number of PCs plus the round it is. And then we also get bonus Malice depending on how many victories they have. So assuming we're fighting 4 or 5 PCs, we always get 5 Malice at the first round, right? Plus victories, right? We get 5 Malice a round, right? Am I wrong? Plus the round number? Tell me if I'm wrong. So I believe we could do this every single round. That's all I'm saying. So Don Pokey says Malice income is chunky. You get 1 per round plus PCs plus average victories. All right, I haven't read the 7th one. Bloody Banquet. Each winded troll, that's like bloody, they're at 50% lower, disgorges the contents of their stomach onto the ground, creating a 1 burst, that's an AoE 1, of foul vomitus that lasts until the end of the encounter. Each non-troll who enters this area the first time in a round or starts their turn there takes 5 damage. Each troll in the area has double edge on power rolls. Oh, that is wonderful. Again, this is creating dynamic terrain because now you've created an area where the trolls want to fight, where you don't want to fight. So that's going to encourage people to move. That's going to encourage people to not engage the trolls where they're at. Assuming we have some troll artillery or hexers or controllers, they're not going to be interested in engaging with you. They're going to sit back and stand in their bloody banquet, which is going to make it hard for the melee people, right? You can see how this is all linked together to create a really, really powerful thing. Yeah, the free strike is weak, right? So free strike is 3 damage. Well, this is a minion. Let's find a non-minion. All right, so here we go. A troll butcher, which is an elite hexer, has a free strike damage of 6. A troll glutton has a free strike damage of 7. And you can see that compared to their voracious mastication, which is 10, 15, 18, you know, the free strike is notably less. But trolls start at 5. I'm down for it. It's a great level for trolls. They are CR5 in 3rd edition. And even though this game only goes to 10, it still feels right to me. Yeah, I mean, yes. The good news is that, like, should this have Malice? It doesn't have an... I feel like, should this have Malice? I mean, this is an elite hexer. It heals. It's an AoE 3 cube within 10, and it heals the ally. It heals their allies. It doesn't do damage to anybody else except for the enemies. It weakens your enemies, which is giving everybody a bane. It's a 3 cube at 10. It feels like this should have, you know, AoE. This is signature. And the only reason I bring it up is because it's a main action, right? Obviously, we see stuff that doesn't cost main things, but a lot of times it's like a maneuver. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I just find it surprising that this AoE thing is thing, but anyways, someone said the orc. Let me go take a look at the orc. The strangler. The Garauta. Yeah, so see, this didn't have Malice. I guess that's fine. But the thing about it is, though, this is targeting one creature, you know, and it does the same amount of damage as their signature ability. It just, you know, it just dazes them or whatever. With this troll, this is an AoE. This is an AoE heal that also damages enemies in a burst, you know, at 10 squares distance. That's pretty crazy. We could always have the signature ability, Kendall. You always have the signature ability. That's, I mean, anyways, I think we kind of missed this, by the way. The Troll Glutton's signature ability and the Troll Butcher's signature ability are both double creatures. You got 2 claws, baby. You got 2 claws. Speed 8, 160 fucking stamina on this guy. I know we're level 5 now, but my God. Stability is 4. That's awesome. You know, I was like, man, these push 5s, push 6s, you're going to be throwing these people around. Not a big fucking troll. That's sweet. We see weakness, acid, fire, 5, 5. 5 doesn't seem like a lot, does it? I mean, we were talking about 160 stamina. Come on. Come on. 10, 15, 18 with a slow. And we can tack on a Malice to regain stamina to the damage end. Question, this is a timing ability. I'm sure the game gets into it. I just missed it because, you know, we didn't read over every single thing. Do I have to spend this Malice before I make the strike and know how much damage I do? Or can I spend the Malice after I make the power roll? Right. This guy is an elite, so he's taking the spot of 2 of our heroes. So everyone's saying, Atomic Sorcery says, no, you can make the power roll first, and Tomas is saying you can make it after.
I am strong.
Brutal.
Strong.
Well, no, that's why it's good. I'm reading that because I make the roll. I want to process the effect of the ability to go from top to bottom. That's why some of the effects that say, oh, you could do it before or after, I'm kind of like, I don't like that as much because I want to just be able to start at the top and go down. I don't want to have to read the power, then start using it. Does that make sense? Like, I just want to be able to go, like, I literally don't even know what I'm doing. And I just go, okay, I'm targeting 2 creatures in melee. I don't even know what this does yet, but I'm targeting 2 creatures with melee. All right, now I'm rolling. Okay. Yeah, it should read like a script, right? Go down, you know. Anyways, Crash Through is 3 Malice. It's our main action. We shift up to their speed in a straight line, ignore difficult terrain. The first time that we enter or we move through the space of a creature of our size or smaller, they take 10 damage, or they could become prone. If the glutton moves into a creature or object larger than them and doesn't knock the creature prone or destroy the object, they end and they are dazed. And that's a main action? That doesn't seem very good. I feel like this should be a maneuver. See, because like I like the idea of our troll, right, crashes through the front line of the players and then does a voracious mastication at our crunchy, you know, at our juicy back line. But if we do this, then we don't get to go because that's our main action. Because, I mean, all this really is like 10 damage and a free shift. It's kind of surprising. Maneuver, Food Frenzy. Until the start of their next turn, we have double edge on strikes, and strikes made against them gain an edge. Okay, so we've got relentless attacks. Double edge with this. Gross. I'm going to be Food Frenzying a lot with this monster. No, well, okay, maybe. Oh, okay. But I read it as the first time during this movement that the glutton moves through the space of a creature or object their size or smaller, that creature or object takes 10 damage, or a creature could choose to fall prone instead. So I'm reading this like Magic the Gathering, and which would say, you know, the first time this triggered this turn means it happens once a turn. If I'm supposed to read that differently, then this language probably isn't clear enough. You definitely can't do it to the same creature multiple turns. Because this is tying the first time to the movement. So I'm guessing that you all are right, and this is supposed to be that it's the first time it moves into the square of a creature during this movement. But the way that they've written this, which is the first time during this movement, that encapsulates the one ability tied to the movement itself, not to the creature. And that's me being very pedantic and putting on like my Magic the Gathering rules hat. But I can tell you that Magic the Gathering, that's what that would mean. On the other hand, yes, there we go. But it's supposed to be if it's per creature, I'm back on board. Cool. I'm back on board because now I can spend 3 Malice and just crash through the whole party line, and they all either get knocked prone or take 10 damage, which could be like 30, 40, 50 damage. Sweet. I'm on board. I was reading it like once. Spiteful Retort. They are reduced to 0, but doesn't die. And they use their voracious mastication against an adjacent creature. Why would we be reduced to 0, but we don't die? As a monster, don't we die at 0? Ah, never mind. We only die if we were reduced to 0 by acid or fire damage, if we end our turn with 0 stamina, or if they take acid or fire damage while at 0 stamina. Sick. And here is how we could use Crash Through to stack up. Once per turn, we can use Charge, main action, as a free maneuver if we target a winded creature. Now, remind me, folks, from that weird language that we wrote that some people said was unclear. If we charge, which is a main action, as a free maneuver, can we crit or not? Because like the comments in my YouTube were like blowing up about that, by the way. They don't appear to have passive regen. You're saying yes, because charge is a main action. The fact that we're using it as a free maneuver doesn't matter. The charge being a main action overrides that. Fair enough. Yeah, they don't seem to have passive regen, which I love. Can I be honest with you? Love it. These are some of my favorite trolls I've ever read. But what they're missing is my troll flesh flinger from my Pathfinder 2 game that I created. My troll artillery, the flesh flingers, which rip chunks of their body out to use as living missiles of troll nastiness, and then have an ability to detach their arm and throw their arm like a javelin. And then when the arm hits you, it then grapples you remotely and tries to strangle you to death. Which I thought was a really cool monster design, but it was terrible in PF2, but it would be tits in Draw Steel or 4th edition. Anyways, Minion Trolls is a little weird for me to like mentally wrap my head around, but here we have it. Yeah, these trolls are great. I mean, this is awesome. I love the troll Malice abilities. I love the whelp. I love that this thing degrades to a jumble of limbs. So whenever the minions, I think the other ones had that too, by the way. Oh no. Okay, these minions have so real quick, one of the things I loved doing with 4th edition is showing a monster as an elite, let's say at level 5, and then a standard monster at level 8 or 9, and then showing that same monster as a minion at level 14 or 15. And it's a cool way to like make the heroes feel awesome. Like, remember when we fought trolls and that was a big deal? And now the GM puts like 20 trolls down on the battlefield and they're just minions because we're like near the max level of the game. That's a really, really awesome thing that 4th edition did. And I'm really, really happy to see them doing this here. Can we see a leader or a solo? Sure. Let's take a look at a ghost. So this is a leader from the Undead, level 1. It's a level 1 leader. So we can already see that for a level 1 creature, this guy definitely has a lot of hit points, 80. It has a signature ability that can affect 2 creatures. And again, level 1. It also has a villain action. Actually has 3 villain actions. So we've got Heat Death, which does cold damage and slows you. Very cool. We have, and also the next strike made against the target gains an edge. This is fiddly. By the way, this is what I would call, this is one of those conditions that starts creeping up in these games that can be a pain in the ass to track. I love 4th edition, but tracking all these, sometimes these little abilities can be a real pain in the ass. Just saying. It is what it is. We have a maneuver, which is Haunt, range 8. We can target ourselves or a fellow ally that has the phasing trait, aka a fellow incorporeal monster. And we can get them to shift. And if we spend 2 malice, we can also choose 2 people. So we can become very maneuverable. We're helping our allies out, reposition around the battlefield. Very cool for a leader. We have a Shriek, which is a triggered action, costs 1 malice. And if somebody within 1 square of us hits us with a strike, we take half damage and they take 2 sonic damage. Each undead with phasing within 10 squares of us can't be made slowed or weakened. Again, helping our allies, making it so that it's really hard to nail us down. And then we get our villain actions. Remember, the idea is that we use these in order. So first, paranormal activity, which is a burst of 5, and basically every object in the area rises into the air, rises 1 square into the air, and is vertically pulled up to 5 squares towards the nearest enemy within 3 squares of the target. So this doesn't affect the players. It just, everything starts floating. Tables, chairs, bookcases, right? Cool. Then, remember, this doesn't take our turn. We can basically do this for free. It's sort of a setup. Then we target every enemy in the area, and they begin floating up into the air as well. So it's sort of like a precursor. Like first the inanimate objects start floating up, then you start floating up, and you're unable to move because you're floating or you're spinning helplessly in the air. And then finally the ghost shrieks and does this awful wail, which hits everybody for sonic damage. And if they have a presence, a target who has presence less than 2 is reduced to 1 stamina if they become winded after taking this damage. So if it can reduce you to half hit points or lower, it reduces you all the way to 1. Which is nasty, obviously. And obviously this villain, this leader, has a lot more, going on with it. Its base ability can attack 2 people, and this is only a level 1 monster. Its base ability can attack 2. It's not only giving them effects, slow ends, but it also gives them this effect. The next person hits them as an edge. It has this kind of bonus maneuver, this bonus triggered action, this passive ability, and then it's got these, trigger of 3. And then lastly, it has corruptive phasing. It can move through creatures and objects at its normal speed, but it can't end its turn in a creature or object. The first time in a round that the ghost moves through a creature, that creature takes 2 corruption damage. The ghost doesn't take damage from being forced moved into objects, which makes sense. Absolutely. Very save or die, but it's very smooth. Correct. I agree. Very, very excellent way. And it's a great way to express the banshee death wail, the ghostly wail. I love it. I love it. This is fun. Right. I agree. The language here is still the same thing. It's to prevent you from spending your entire movement hitting through a creature 8 times and then making it take 16 auto corruption damage. I believe the idea is that I could move through 2 or 3 of the PCs and hit them for 2 points of damage automatically each. But the way, again, it's written, that it sounds like the only time it triggers is the first time in a round that the ghost moves through a creature, that creature takes 2 damage, right? So this whole phrase here seems to be linked, which is to say the first time in a round that it moves through a creature, that triggers. Otherwise, it doesn't trigger. So the second time in a round that the ghost moves through a different creature doesn't trigger. But I believe it is supposed to. Haunt allows other undead to phase through creatures to deal more damage. It only targets itself or an ally with the phasing trait. So I believe the undead would have to have the phasing trait in order to be affected by Haunt. Right? So I don't think it can make other undead incorporeal. It can only target itself or other undeads that are phasing. Anyways, the last thing I want to take a look at is the dynamic terrain, and then we'll take a look at retainers, and then we'll wrap up. All right. So this is buyable terrain, and they actually have an EV value for it. So adding environmental hazards to your fight, like, you know, hazards from 4th edition is what these were called, traps, hazards. And we've got probably not a huge list of them. Yeah, it's not actually that bad. Actually, there's more of these than I thought. Let me see how many that we got. Okay, never mind. We have fieldworks, mechanisms, power fixtures, siege engines, and supernatural objects. Okay. So, for example, the first is like on a, I thought it was just this fieldworks, but there's actually a whole separate. So the first thing is like stuff you would see on a battlefield, you know, like archer's stakes, you know, a snare trap. Then we get into, you know, traps, you know, dart trap, a column of blades, a portcullis, a pulley, a pressure plate, right? Now, interesting. It's crazy that they like expect you to like build this into the encounter. It's a support. I love that it's a support, you know, because it's not really doing anything by itself, you know, like a pillar isn't really anything. It's just a pillar. But you can topple it. So it's kind of a hazard, you know? Let's take a look at what about the boiling oil. So this is a defender. You can make an agility test to try to deactivate it. Otherwise, it can drop boiling oil, and you can reload it once around. And then we also have like the Chronal Hypercube, a unnatural object twisting space around it that is a reflection of its own form. To deactivate, a creature who has the psionic skill can deactivate and take control by making a reason test within 10 squares of the hypercube. If you roll 11 or less, you take d6 psyker damage. If you take 12, 16, you fail. And at a 17 or higher, the hypercube teleports adjacent to the creature and becomes an ally. While it is active, roll a d10. It teleports to a square of an ally's choice within 10 squares and is hidden. And any ally within 10 squares of the hypercube can teleport when they move. An ally who teleports gains edge on the next power roll they make. Holy shit. That seems overly and oddly specific. It's hard to judge these. Again, we have a list of like 20 or something like that, but it's a little weird, but you know, hazards in 4th edition had rolls too. You know, you can easily imagine like a trap landing on, like a cage landing on somebody, or a snare trap, you know. And then lastly, we have retainers. These are NPCs that follow the party. The Goblin Guide is a level 1 Harrier retainer. They have rules for creating your own retainers out of any monster as a base kick. These are sidekicks, not stars. They are there to pitch in and make the heroes look good. They're simpler and easier to run than heroes. They have fewer abilities and fewer powers to manage. They usually make a single power roll per turn and then get out of the way. While quick, it is tactically interesting. While besides dealing damage, they also often benefit their mentor or allow their mentor to do interesting things. That's a cool way of tying them back to you rather than just literally making them an NPC. And they act on your turn. They allow the hero side of an encounter to have 2 characters act in sequence without having to use any special abilities, providing us significant abilities. Now, we can acquire these through a title or a complication or another element of the game. And when we increase renown as we level up, we might choose to gain a followers. Otherwise, sometimes the events of a story may dictate that a retainer joins the party. It is always at the GM's discretion. They count as another hero for purposes of encounter building. Well, I hope they pull their weight since they're counting as a full frickin' member of the party. They take their turn during their mentor's turn. If the hero cannot act, the player can still control the retainer. They can take a move, maneuver, and main, just like the hero. They have 6 recoveries. They become dying at 0 stamina and die at -1/2, just like a hero. And whenever a hero retainer gains surges, they are shared by their mentor, with the mentor and retainer sharing surges. Okay. They do not gain victories or XP, but are always the same level as their mentor. When the mentor gains a level, blah, 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 blah. We have information here to level them up, such as increasing their scores, giving them more bonus damages, and unlocking new abilities at 4, 7, and 10. They also continue to gain hit points, obviously, via stamina, and their signature ability continues to grow in damage as we continue to advance up. Cool, that makes sense. We also have, this book contains a dozen stat blocks, but it does have information about how you would turn a monster or other stat block into a retainer. So here is a table. Wow, thank you. Showing us what advancements the retainers get at different levels, different tiers. Perfect. And as if our retainer is an ambusher, then they get these abilities at 4, 7, and 10. If they're an artillery, they get these abilities at 4, 7, and 10. It's like, so for example, at level 4, your artillery retainer gets supporting volley, which is a triggered action. And whenever you, the player, make a strike against a creature, the retainer gets to make a free strike against them, you know, because they're supporting you in your volley fire. That's cool, you know. I like that it's tied into the main character. Wow. I just realized something. These are actually encounter powers. They don't use heroic resources. It's straight up D&D 4th edition. These things could be used once per encounter. This is literally an encounter power. That's crazy. Because, you know, they don't want you to track a separate heroic resource for your retainer. That would be a tremendous pain in the ass. So they just say, hey, you can just do it once a fight. So, brutes, defenders, cool. Harriers, oh, cool! Look at that. Yeah, one of your retainers could be a mount. That's awesome. In fact, in our first 4th edition campaign, Smith's character William Brandis, who would reunite the kingdom of Nerith and become the mythic sovereign. That was his epic destiny. He ended up getting a silver dragon mount, and 4th edition actually had really cool mount rules. And he had Tarek the silver dragon, not to be confused with Derek the silver dragon. So your mount can get the cavalry charge ability at level 4. It does some damage. And if this is used as part of the charge main action, then the mount's rider can make a free triggered action to make a melee free strike against the same target. So, you know, your mount can charge, and basically you, the person joining them, gets to charge gets to attack for free as well, in addition to taking your turn, which is pretty sweet. Obviously, very powerful. Giddy up. They can move and shift twice their speed. They can jump as part of this movement. And then if we go all the way to level 10, our mount has the rearing trample ability, which is a burst. And, you know, you kind of go back, or by that level, you might be a fucking dragon. Who the fuck knows? And they take a ton of damage, knocked prone. And if they're already prone, they take 5 extra damage. Very cool. And then here are some examples that they give you. And again, you could theoretically convert anything into it, but you know, here's a frog hopper retainer. And again, you know, we get to choose what we give them, but each one in the book has their own. So this guy gets leapfrog attacks and leaping attacks, and this would be probably it would be a little, I mean, your character is so complicated. Like if you're one of those players that's good enough, I mean, I guess if you had a small party and you wanted people to have, retainers. Here's a Bugbear Commando. Wow, that is a weird looking Bugbear. Hell yeah, that's the kind of atomic sorcery. That's exactly the kind of stuff I would love to do. I would love to take the Griffin in the book, use the retainer rules, turn it into a Griffin mount, give it some cool, awesome retainer abilities, and go to town with that. That's awesome. I would do the same thing with a dragon. That'd be cool. I'm all in for that. We got our Dark Elf. Oh, sorry, that's a devil. We have, and this is a higher level retainer. So these are just example retainers. A Dwarf Mortor. Is that a shoulder-mounted ballista? Is that a shoulder-mounted ballista? Maybe that's not a. Oh no, it's a dwarf. In fact, there we go. Armor-piercing shell. It ignores cover and bypasses temporary stamina. That's pretty sweet. Look at that. Range 15, too. Long distance. Long distance, baby. And then we can later get a signal shell, which we can throw up. It's a flare. It's a signal flare. It's like or one of those illumination flares. We get a screaming shell, which can make enemies. It's a 10x1 line. So it's like a bottle rocket. And it makes everybody frightened. And then lastly, we get a pacifier shell, which is like a crowd control device that's an AoE 3 cube within 15 that dazes everybody. That's funny. Oh, here's our high elf. Cool. So they're a controller retainer. So their signature ability is to just do some fire damage. It's Summer's Bolt. It's a magical strike. But if they target their mentor, the mentor ignores the damage and gains temporary stamina instead. Yeah, actual tear gas or stun grenade. That's awesome. So this is cool. Like, I like this way. I think somebody said that one of the other classes does healing this way. It does temporary stamina, which is really cool. But basically you have, without it actually being a healing arrow, which would break the economy of the game of recovery, they can either do damage or they can give you a little bit of temp each round. And they're going to give you some temp. It's just a question of if it's going to be 3, 5, or 7. And they can do both. Additionally, at the start of each of their turns, they can end one of the effects on them at a saving throw, and it ends now instead of at the end of their turn. But at level 4, so that was Summer's Bolt. And then at level 4, we get Winter's Breath, which is a 3 cube within 1. So basically a 3x3 area that's basically adjacent to you. You do cold damage and push them, and you could teleport before you use it. We get Spring's Rebirth at 7. It's a 3 square burst from our retainer. Every ally, which means us and our friends, can spend a recovery and end an effect. And then lastly, we get Autumn's Decay, a 3 cube within 1 that does corruption damage, potentially knocks our foes prone, and they cannot stand up. Save ends. I mean, this is a great little. Is this support? Oh, it's a controller. I was like, oh, this feels like a cool support. But no, I get the controller aspect of it. But still, very cool. Now, again, on top of everything else that you have, if you had a high elf weatherwise retainer and you had to track, these 3 encounter powers along with Summer's Bolt, yeah, it might be a little much. But if you're one of those players who really loves the game isn't complicated enough, or you need more players. I will say this, as a GM, given how complicated the monsters are, I am not running this fucking thing for you. Okay. You have to run it yourself. If you want it, you can run it. Here's our Dark Elf, the Shadow Elf. And then here's our Wood Elf, the Knoll Gnasher, the Goblin Guide. Red mana, 2/2, haste. Opponent reveals the top card of their library. If it's a land, they put it in their hand. I appreciate it being called Goblin Guide. And then lastly, we have a Hobgoblin Flameslinger and the good old Human Warrior, Kobold Shield Bearer, Minotaur Gorer. That's sweet. Have a Minotaur, like a Minotaur bodyguard. That's sweet. I'd love to have that. To be like a mage, and you have like a Minotaur bodyguard, and like no one's like, it's like your Chewbacca. It's like your version of Chewbacca. That'd be cool. Here's our orc. Our rat person. I mean, all right, they kind of gave us one, I think, for each of the playable races, basically. Here's our time raider. Again, time raiders are very weird. I get it, but it's not for me. Troll. Oh, shit. Troll mercenary. Look at that. And I don't like the Githyanki or the Githari, so we can have an undead servitor as our retainer. That's cool. Oh, no polders. A vampire rebel. I'm kind of surprised. There's a lot here. Wow. And there's it. That's the end of it. And then the book just unceremoniously ends. Yeah. I mean, I know we spent a lot of time on minions, and me saying I like the other way better. And I know we spent a lot of time on encounter building and the idea of dynamically shifting the encounter difficulty as the players gain more victories, which I did not like. But ignore all that for a second. We did not look through every single monster, but we did look through orcs, we looked through trolls, we looked through some of the undead, we looked at the retainers. This thing slaps. Just now, is it complicated? Yes. This game's talking about me running 8 monsters. Look, I mean, we'll see how well it results. Now, there is an encounter sheet, and this is what I was talking about before with the prep. If I'm going to build an encounter in this game, I mean, I'm literally writing. Look, I mean, like this encounter sheet assumes that at the time when this encounter runs, that how many victories the players have. So this is assuming that that the players will only encounter this encounter once they have 3 victories or 4 victories or 6 victories. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that's railroady. I am saying that's a little railroady in the sense that, like, what if they didn't win those prior fights? Does that mean that the rest of my fucking encounters are now completely off? What if the heroes lost? What if they didn't get a victory? What if they avoided that fight? What if they what if they decided to give up, and they didn't go forward? Does this encounter math fall apart? I don't know. But I was going to say is that with the complication of these encounters, the monsters, the trying to not just get the EV value correct, but to try to build an encounter that actually makes sense, with a mixture of roles and monsters that complement each other's abilities, to think about the tactical layout of the fight, to think about terrain and placement of terrain, and having like a really engaging dynamic environment, even up to using the dynamic terrain environments, which go into your EV budget. This is clearly a game that is going to benefit from you creating very prepped encounters. I believe. In my belief. And so, having this all written out is going to make this an incredible, much, 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 much easier. And that's great. But it does mean that fight is kind of like, you're like, well, and this is when they fight the Ratmen fight that I had, You could totally ignore the victory part and the balance. You're going to lose some of the balance of the game. I don't know what kind of effect that will have on the game. I don't know. I mean, obviously the game expects that when you have more victories, that the heroes are stronger. But the GM gets more malice when the players have more victories. So I would think that would kind of counter each other out, right? But apparently not. So I was surprised to see that they said that the GM gets more malice and the players, and then adds more monsters, or that I should say that the balance or the budget goes up. I was surprised to see that. But this is a complicated game with a lot of moving parts. I should say it's a complex game with a lot of moving parts, but that means it's deep. There's a lot of breadth here. These monsters are tactically rich with interesting decisions. I don't expect, these to be particularly fast fights. Now, the fact that they say they're only 3 to 4 rounds is a good thing, but I don't think you're getting through a combat round in 5 minutes. You know, I think combat rounds are going to take 10 to 15 minutes. So if you're talking about a 3 or 4 round fight, you might be talking about 45 minutes to an hour. But as long as people are enjoying it and they're taking actions, they're getting moved around, and they're triggering free strikes, you know, that's okay. But because again, just because something's long doesn't mean it's bad. I like the extended edition of Return of the King. Some people don't, but I love it because I love the world. Don't end. Don't go where I cannot follow. I love long board games because I like the complex options, but not if they get boring in a slog. My hope is that the escalating, you know, element of the Malice is going to make it so that this doesn't tension. Because of the combination between the heroic resources and the Malice, it means that the fight gets deadlier and deadlier with each passing round. And that's awesome. This game seems to do a lot of work to fix some of my major tension problems that exist inside 4th edition D&D. But one of my problems with 4th edition D&D is I found it very hard to run low prep. Certainly not no prep. In fact, I found 4th edition D&D ran its best when I had time to build a good encounter, stat it with appropriate monsters, put together an interesting encounter layout with hazardous terrain, difficult terrain, traps, blocking terrain, different elevations, right? And that's not something that even I, who've been playing this game for 30 years, can easily pull out of my butt, you know, with no notice, and I'm just going to sketch it on the map. So there's an element here that, you know, feels a little like the game maybe works a little better when you're kind of, I don't want to say on rails, because that implies that you have to do what the GM story time is. But like, if you're going into the Tower of the Necromancer, you know, you're going to fight this encounter and then this encounter and then this encounter, you know? And it's, I don't know that this, and you know what? And why should this not surprise? Because I was going to say, I don't know that this would be good for like a dungeon, like a sandbox dungeon, where you could just go wherever you want and encounter whatever you might encounter, because the game isn't, you know, really well supported to that. And then I realized I stopped myself because the game told us that. This game will feature dungeons, but it's not a dungeon crawler. It's not about clearing rooms. It's not a survival horror game, right? So this game is about fighting monsters. And I think we need to sort of disabuse ourselves of some of the predeceptions that we have, where we're like, okay, well, what about this? What about that? Well, no, the game isn't for that. And it makes sense that the game would struggle in that kind of environment because the game isn't for that. So I don't want to, you know, I'm kind of being unfair to it because the game is saying it's not for that. And then I'm kind of criticizing it for not being for that. So, you know, that's on me. That's my fault. Now, I think Dor is correct. I think community builds plus shares a lot of pre-built encounter sheets so you can shop around for easier prep. Now, this brings us to what I consider to be the biggest advantage that Draw Steel is going to have over Daggerheart. You see, Daggerheart has got a bit of a problem. And they're realizing this now. And you know what? It's cute that they didn't realize that this was going to be a problem. Okay? It's cute that they didn't realize this is going to be a problem. Daggerheart is a game with fiction first, mechanics second. The complexity of the mechanics aren't that high. It's a lot of free-flowing, going, fear, hope, spend it, take a GM move, right? PBTA language. Daggerheart is designed to be low prep, no prep. The game itself talks about being low prep, no prep. It is designed it espouses the PBTA expression of play to find out, draw maps, leave blanks, right? Come to the session without anything prepared and just figure it out on the fly. I love playing games like that, as anyone who's played a PBTA game or many games with me knows and can attest. Turns out, the vast majority of customers and consumers who maybe Daggerheart didn't expect to come to their game don't. I don't think Daggerheart expected to want or need to make adventures. And I think what they're hearing from their audience is, okay, so give me adventure. Give me the thing that I can just run and I don't have to think. Daggerheart doesn't really work that way. At least if you do it that way, it kind of defeats the purpose of Daggerheart. Whereas Draw Steel will work incredibly well with a pre-written adventure. In fact, I'm going to go out on a limb and say, I think I would rather run a draw steal pre-written adventure with awesome notes for my encounter, great maps, maybe something I can download on their VTT, with all the work done for me, and have these great curated, somebody else put together the thoughts, they put together the map, they put together the cool stuff, and go for it, and to that end, I think Draw Steal has an advantage, because Draw Steal could really do well by saying, here's this cool adventure, and your players are going to go play it, and it's going to be awesome. It's going to be epic. It's going to be cinematic. They're going to have a lot of fun. They're going to get to use all their cool abilities. And I think that's a huge market advantage for them, because I think that one of the problems with Daggerheart is even the core designers are kind of like, no, you really shouldn't use an adventure. Like, pre-written adventures aren't really what this game is about. This game is about just, going with the flow and collaborating on the fly, Draw Steal, I would say not as much. And I think that's okay, because look, you have to pay a price for something. The idea that I'm going to be able to, at the drop of a hat, pull out a completely awesome encounter, not just balanced, but awesome, that's fun, that's well constructed, with a good map and good mixture of monsters, then I'm going to be able to assemble them into initiative groups. And I'm going to be able to do that on the fly because my players decided to, take a detour into the woods instead of going to the mountains. I think it's ludicrous. I've been doing this for a long time, and I can tell you, when people do this stuff, they either do it badly or they just don't do it at all. And even I would struggle to do that with 4th edition and Pathfinder 2. Which is one of the reasons why I sometimes butted heads with those games, because I do like that sort of explore the space, go wherever we want. But that means that the game can't be that complex. You lose some of that complexity. You lose some of that depth, because it can't be. If it was super complicated and had a lot of depth, you wouldn't be able to pull it out of your ass. So, yeah. Roll for Combat says, not Derek. Not even he could run 4E encounters on the fly. Not good ones. Not good ones. I could pull out 4E encounters on the fly, but I'll tell you, if you just, back in the day, if I just put out my, my erasable mat and I just quickly sketched a room and then threw some monsters in there, that encounter was probably going to fall flat. It probably wasn't going to be a really fun encounter, because it didn't have the time and care and attention put to it, So Ryoko says, the main thing that made me want to play Daggerheart was that it would take less prep work than games like Draw Steal. Then I found myself spending just as much time on Daggerheart encounters anyways. Interesting. I worry less about it, Ryoko, because the Daggerheart encounters, the monsters don't have nearly the kind of synergy that these monsters have. And also, you can't kill the party anyway. So if you fuck up the balance, who cares? You can't TPK them. Real Nutriment says, I compare these more to a Gloomhaven board game than a role-playing game. But that's my definition of RPGs, I guess. Well, role-playing games have a very broad definition. But it can be no doubt that this is a gamist game. And gamist games tend to have similarities with more gamist games. And that means board games. And I don't think that's either a bad or a good thing. I mean, when I look at D&D or Pathfinder 2, those seem hyper gamist to me as well, when you compare it to RPGs like, Wander Home or Dread or Fiasco, right? That's awesome, boss. A Dungeon Delve style encounter book, fantastic. Dungeon Delve was one of the greatest books ever written for 4th edition. I'm not sure Daggerheart should really be compared to Draw Steal like this, though. I have found Daggerheart to be quite easy to run low prep. No. Daggerheart is easy to run low prep. That's the whole point. I'm saying Draw Steal isn't. I would struggle to run Draw Steal. Whereas with Daggerheart, it's a PBTA style game. I'm not really going to prep anything. Do you do no prep for your live games when running Daggerheart? Well, T-Dog, we haven't officially started our channel games yet, but I will say no. My prep for running a Daggerheart game is probably like my prep for running a PBTA game. Checking my clocks, checking my fronts, and then, what were the players doing at the end of last session, and maybe think about some of the things that are coming up. But in terms of like assembling battles and all this stuff, probably no, not really. Kendall says, it makes sense. Matt has always been a pre-made adventure stan. He loves Red Hand, for example. Red Hand of Doom is a fantastic fucking adventure. And it's great. It was one of the probably the greatest adventure of the 3.5 era. It's a fantastic adventure. And that's totally fine to stand that. But Matt has that sort of cinematic, but he calls these directors. I think Matt views TTRPG sessions like movies. I think he views them from the point of view of a screenwriter. And that's different than how I view most RPG adventures. I've heard only good things about Delian Tomb, and I intend to check it out once I get a chance. Obviously, I've streamed 6 times this week. I have not had a chance to check it out, but I'm interested in looking forward to it. And it seems like it's a fucking chonker of an adventure with a lot of good stuff in there. So, now, boss, I agree with you. Just grab 5 platoon monsters, throw them in there. Maybe grab 4 and then some minions, or 3 and 8 minions, and you'll be most of the way there. I agree. I completely agree with you. You can do it in a pinch, but I'm saying, I think that this game can really benefit from you putting some TLC into your adventure design, which I think is great. I like that. I like that I can care about this game. And by the way, if this game is anything like 4th edition, 4th edition creating monsters was a joy. If Colville, if they do the work with this codex to give me the kind of design tools that D&D Insider used to give me to make 4th edition style monsters and encounters, I will play this game just so that I can make monsters and encounters. It was a joy. It was a joy. It can be fun. Believe it or not, it's fun to build these challenging encounters and to sit down and, again, not to go, like I said, with a whiteboard on here, but okay, we'll go whiteboard real quick. If I can find my, Kendall, that's tough. Kendall, I don't know. I don't know. That's pretty tough. I'm going to go with no. I mean, when you compare this to something like Dragonbane, I'll be completely honest with you. I would not want to play this game with Bob, and I don't think Bob would want to play this game. I think Bob would just be sitting there going like, why am I not playing Dragonbane? So again, for those of you who don't really, who didn't have a ton of experience with 4th edition or anything like that, but just real quickly, let me, oh God, that's terrible. There we go. Okay. So what we might do for an encounter is we might start by thinking about our room in a very abstract sense. And generally speaking, I think about rooms as either being wide, long, or balanced. Okay. So let's say we think about a room as being wide. And again, these are all abstract distances. The players are going to enter the room here, right? And this is where we start thinking about our objectives, right? Whether it's a simple objective like destroy all the enemies, or maybe it's destroy a specific enemy. But let's just say it's a specific thing where we start thinking about artillery, kill all the monsters. And we're like, okay, so the players are entering here. And okay, I want to have creatures that can do damage. So I'm going to put an artillery monster, and I'm going to put them in the corners of the room, opposite corners of the room. They're going to be able to take advantage of the distance, right? And the players are going to have to choose between going left or going right. They can't go after both artilleries at the same time. All right, awesome, cool. All right, well, how do I make that a little bit, how do I make that a little bit more challenging? Okay, well, what if I add a controller here who can gum up the battlefield, keep the players stuck and locked down to make it difficult for them to get to the artillery? And then what if I add 2 brutes who are in a position to flank the party? So if the party's damage dealers go in and deal with the artillery, now the brutes can swap in and start beating on the powers and of the enemies. And they can also serve. And then I'm like, okay, well, if I was the players, I might rush the controller first. I'm like, okay, so then let me change. Let me put the brutes in front of the controller to sort of serve as a meat pocket. And then what I can do here is maybe I can put some dangerous terrain here and here. This is going to be tough for the players to maneuver through to get to the artillery. It also gives me a cool thing for the brutes to push the players back into, because that can maybe create some additional areas. And it also might be cool to have maybe this artillery is on a vertical platform and there's like a staircase here in the back. And so now we have a vertical element to the game. And now to get access to this artillery, our players are either going to have some way to get vertical, or they're going to have to fight their way through these brutes and get to the stairs. And maybe the artillery have like a push or a pull, and they can push people off the platform. You know what I mean? Like you start building this idea. And what's cool about this is this template can be applied to a level 1 encounter, but it could also be applied to a level 5 encounter, a level 7 encounter, or a level 10 encounter. All you have to do is replace it with the appropriate EV of monsters and fill the space. But sitting down and thinking about designing monsters' roles in combination with, with difficult terrain, with blocking terrain, with hazardous terrain, with challenging terrain, right? With concealing terrain, right? When you integrate all these different terrain options along with hazards and traps, you can create this really comprehensive thing. This is not something that I think you can just pull out of your ass. Now, yes, as I don't remember who was saying it, but they were correct. You could just say, sketch a room, pillar, players coming this way, and we have a harrier, and I don't know, a brute. Okay, cool, done. You could just throw that together, and chances are probably pretty good that, like, I don't know, 70% of groups would probably be like, yeah, that was fine. But I don't know. A game like this, I think, deserves more. I want you, it should be, and I think having that interaction, especially when you have, trolls and stuff that can, topple, exactly. And also too, you could just have a lot of fun with it. You can put your own little unique touches on things. Maybe you add a lurker, maybe you add extra artilleries, maybe you add a leader, and you can change all this stuff. I think that's really cool, but it takes time. It takes time to do it right. And I am more than happy to pay somebody else to do that for me, especially if it means they're putting together really cool battle maps that are pre-made and they look great. When 4th edition came out, I was promised a VTT, and I was excited for it. It never came out. And we played it in person, and by the end of most of our campaigns, we wanted to kill ourselves because the campaign became we played it because, that's what you just did back then. But, like, the campaigns had become, the system had become unbearably complicated between multiple EONTs, EOSTs, EONTs, save ends, end of their next turn, end of your next turn, start of their next turn, start of your next turn, immediate actions, free actions, opportunity actions, immediate reactions, immediate interrupts, free actions once per round. I mean, it just goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. It was a lot. It was a lot to handle. We did it. We persevered. We stuck through it. But it's at the end of the day, it was a really rewarding experience. But just from hearing from people who play Pathfinder 2 a lot more than me recently, I used to play a lot of Pathfinder 2, but not as much recently. They have all said, basically something along the lines of, I love PF2. It's great. Oh God, no, I can't possibly imagine playing it at, I don't know, past level 5 or 7 without a VTT. And that's a fair, it's a fair response. And I know that they designed this game to be played in person, which is cool, and it totally can be if you have even a little bit of a mind for that type of thing. But I think a game like this is going to benefit from pre-written adventures, pre-written encounters, and that isn't necessarily something that Daggerheart I think is going to be able to take advantage of. So I think in that respect, points to draw steel, because I think they're going to be able to create really cool banger adventures, and I think Matt Colville this is where we disagree. Okay. I think Matt Colville looks at adventures, you know, like a movie script. You know, I think he looks at it like he's writing a movie, you know, and he puts together this script and he puts, you know, beats and acts and rising tension and rising structure. And while I don't think it's necessarily literally a full-on railroad, okay, you know, it's not a railroad, but it is a one-lane highway. You know what I mean? You know, you can go left, you can go, but you get, you know, maybe it's a 2-lane highway, you know, with not a lot of exits. And I think Matt's approach to the way he even philosophically thinks about role-playing games is under this context. I haven't watched I haven't watched many of his actual plays, but I've seen his videos where he's talked about this stuff. And I know that his approach to thinking about the scene and the, you know, the script and the pacing and the tension and the director, the fact that he calls his GM a director, you know, I think says a lot about how they view this game in this framework. And so, yeah, I think this is, yeah, you know, because, like, I'm not going to lie to you. You know what? I've said this before. Everything I just said to you about what I prefer. Do you think that if Derek, okay, spent all week 3D printing out this awesome Necromancer's Tomb pieces and then painted them up, got some awesome minis, built this cool encounter, got it all set, you know, for our Friday night game? You think I'm fucking not using that? You got to be out of your damn mind. Of course I'm using that. You know? That's one of the reasons why I like low prep, no prep games, is because I can just, you know, I don't have to feel bad that I'm throwing away, you know, my stuff. You know, if I do all that work, motherfuckers, you're fighting this necromancer, you know, come hell or high water. You know, I'm not doing that. You know, I'm not throwing away all that work, you know? So, and so there's an advantage to playing like this. You know, you can really, you know, lean in and get in and, you know, get stuck into it, you know? And I think that's really cool. But that's why I sometimes prefer low prep, no prep games, because that way I don't have any investment, you know? I don't have any skin in the game. I can just kind of go, you know, whee, you know, and just kind of come up with something. Now, Black Lodge Gaming says DH and DS are both game types that I do not enjoy. And that makes a lot of sense. I mean, assuming if we think of Daggerheart as being more narrative and we think of Draw Steel as being more gamist, then my guess is Black Lodge Gaming probably likes a more simulationist heavy game. Maybe they like a Call of Cthulhu or a Mithras or a RuneQuest, or maybe, you know, the Broken Empires coming out later this year from Trevor Duvall, that type of thing. Any other sort of sim heavier game, perhaps. Or maybe they like something that's a little bit more central, like, you know, D&D, which is fine too. Boom, right there. See? Mithras is my favorite fantasy game of all time. See? I actually don't think I have Mithras. I have the PDF. I have RuneQuest, which of course is which is what Mithras is based off of. I also have Roll Master, which I bought many years ago at a half-price bookstore. Now here's the system, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the system. So yeah. Yeah, now I'm really curious. I honestly think part of the reason is why they brought Chris and Jeremy on is to make adventures, because they were like, we know that for this game to succeed, we're going to have to create adventures, and we just don't really know how to do that. So, Sir Raylex, welcome. I imagine this is the reason Daggerheart is having issues with adventures. Critical Role functions very much like a movie script as well. So when the Critical Role audience switches over to Daggerheart, they are expecting the same feel. And, you know, I kind of agree. I think that they are a little bit surprised by the success of their game and the fact that they are bringing in, I think, more trad people maybe than they expected to. Now, Wriggler, that is really interesting. But But every time you've provided a sandbox option, players are looking for rails. Well, that certainly might be your players. My players are the type of people like Smith has, according to Smith, this is very cool. Smith bought Skyrim. Smith's wedding date was the Skyrim release date, and his wife and him picked that so Smith would never forget their wedding anniversary. Easy to remember, not because it's their wedding anniversary, but because of it being Skyrim's release, 11/11/11. And they're on their honeymoon. Smith brought a Xbox so he could play Skyrim. Smith, according to him, has logged something in the neighborhood of like 10,000 hours in Skyrim. He's bought the game every single time. He has, to his words, never ever beaten the game. In fact, as soon as the game starts, he immediately ignores the quest and goes and does whatever else. So there are some people who almost deliberately don't want, an adventure. So it depends on the type of players that you have. Honestly, there's no one answer for what people want. I play role-playing games because I enjoy the freedom and the player agency. So I like sandboxes. I like being able to do whatever I want to do within reason, Rollmaster Crunch. All right. You've taken nerve damage. I think they give an example in the play of book. I think they're where you go to sit down on a toilet and you have to make a check and you fail and you end up taking nerve damage and become partially paralyzed because of nerve damage in your leg from sitting on the toilet. I really do think that's in that book. I could be exaggerating that, but maybe not. Nerve damage. Where would nerve damage be? I don't remember. Oh, here we go. Oh, I was right. Example of play. Solrak has managed to injure himself reaching for the toilet paper. In the ensuing scuffle with a towel rack, Solrak deals himself an injury from a Type D grappling critical, which resulting in a -40 penalty of unspecified duration, which makes it a medium injury. Solrak's constitution is a paltry 23 with a -5 co-bonus. Rolling the dice, he rolls, an 09. The final modified roll is a 04, which means that Solrak will be operating on a permanent penalty of -20. Solrak's player breathes a sigh of release. Had he rolled 5 or less on the dice, he would have been open-ended low, and that means he would have had a permanent penalty of -40. As it is, the nerve trauma is severe enough that Solrak will have to find a magical healer to repair the destroyed nerves. Solrak swears vengeance on the architect. Rollmaster. The example of play is that someone is reaching for the toilet paper. Anyways. Let me see here. We're just catching up here. Trad does mean traditional Kylo. Trad means like D&D, D20, I agree. I don't think Daggerheart should use standard Trad adventures, but it's stuck between, who's right? Your audience or you, Steve Jobs would say, fuck the client customer, right? I'm going to tell you what's cool. But I mean, I don't know that that's worked for anybody else really. Oh, Roll for Combat coming in here. The reason they don't have adventures is that they don't have monsters. You need monsters to write adventures. Daggerheart needs a bestiary fast. Who could provide them with monsters? Right. So one of the things that I think is actually really cool about 5th edition, which used to be cool back in the day. Back in the day, everybody would play these modules. Everybody played B2, Keep on the Borderlands. And you got to share stories of how your group's trip through the keep went. And they were very different back then because, the adventures were much more loosey-goosey. But I thought that was a really cool element. And I really appreciated that he appreciated that element. One of the things that's cool about 5e is that a lot of people have played these same adventures. Now, unfortunately, a lot of their stories all sound the same, which is unfortunate. Because one of the things I liked about the old modules is how people had very different experiences with them. But, yeah. Talma says, Matt, meaning Matt Colville, has said a few times that heroes react rather than act. And that is probably narratively, like from a screenwriting perspective, that is probably correct. But that is definitely not why I play role-playing games. But that's really interesting, Tomas. That's an interesting perspective to share. Dor, it has monsters. So it has, these are the monsters that it has. It has tier, they're organized by tier. So we have tier 1 monsters, tier 2 monsters, and tier 3 monsters. But there's honestly probably about as many monsters as there are in book 2. No, they probably, the thing is that the monster profiles are longer in Draw Steel. So, yeah. So, what do we think about Malice? Yeah, very cool mechanic. So, as I said before, I started off the stream by saying this. Malice solves a problem that when I would play 4th edition, the first thing I would do is use all of my monsters' most powerful attacks, because I didn't know if they were going to live until the next round, and it made sense for me to use their powerful abilities first so that they could do their cool thing. And what that meant is that everybody kind of blew their load in the first round, and it was kind of like alpha striking, and then the rest of the fight was really, really lame. What's really cool about Malice is that the monsters have this generic resource so that you can't do that. Number one, you'll run out of Malice before you can use all your monsters' cool abilities, which except the Malice amount that you get each round keeps going up and up and up and up, which is cool. But also, it means that they can't use their most powerful abilities right from the start. You can't use your Malice 7 or Malice 9 ability on the first round of combat because you don't have 9 Malice yet. What I've just realized is you could really do a cool thing with the tension. As monsters die, you get like more Malice. That way the monsters that are remaining become deadlier, or at least more dangerous, you know? That's kind of a cool idea. But anyways, Malice is really cool because it, they tried that. Oh, neat. Okay, cool. Yeah, like the idea that, as you get down to the final ninja, the final monster, right? That one's the complete badass. But again, the fact that Malice increases with each combat round, I think is helpful in its own way. So yeah, I think it's a really great way to solve the 4E. All the monsters use all their best abilities on round 1. And I think that's really cool. And I like that it builds up. I also like that it gives you this palette of both generic moves, but also thematic moves tied to the monsters as a whole, that sort of brings them together and works them together. Interesting. That's how it worked at one point, but they found it discouraged the heroes from killing the monster. Interesting. It's not like the monsters aren't not doing damage when they're up, but I get what they're saying. But anyways, I think it's a really great system for solving that issue. Are we talking about me here, Grim Prism? Considering how much of a film buff he is, doesn't surprise. Oh, you're talking about Matt Colville. MCDM. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It's funny how often you have to limit the GM so that they do a better job. I mean, GMing's hard. It's very, very hard. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, now I will say this. I get it. It's tough. It's tough. And I am not in a position to cast judgment on anyone. But man, if it's true that that codex isn't going to drop until next year, that could be rough for them. Because knowing that an official, not just an official module, but that an official separate VTT is coming out is probably going to really limit how much people want to develop for this game for, say, Foundry and the like. People getting to play with the beta right now, is a lot different than we have a live functioning release to public. I just feel like, man, if this game had dropped with a functioning VTT, I just feel like that would have been so much of a huge advantage for them. Now, Foundry looking good. I mean, that's good to hear, Sir Ralix. I mean, I think they're really going to need that, So everyone's saying that the Foundry has a pretty solid implementation. Okay, all right, I'll buy it. So that's good. That's good. They need it. I mean, the game dropped last week. I know, but Bo's confirming it's not even a beta; it's a pre-alpha. Okay. Does anybody use Fantasy Grounds except for Matt Colville? I feel like absolutely no one used Fantasy Grounds. The fact that he even built it on Fantasy Grounds is, I think, a testament to the fact that just Matt Colville likes what Matt Colville likes. I don't know. I don't know why they went the route of creating a brand new VTT for their game. It's an odd choice. I don't know. We'll see how well it works out for them. Does anybody know if it's going to cost money? Yeah, Grim. I mean, that is the big downside with any of these Foundry modules that isn't, say, Pathfinder 2 or Daggerheart or some of the other ones, which is, Legend of the Five Rings has a Foundry module. It's unofficial, but they have a Foundry module. But it doesn't have any of this stuff in there. You have to manually add it all, and it does absolutely nothing automatic. It doesn't, check things for you or anything. You have to check all of it because like I said, to be honest with you, there's a lot of fiddly stuff going on in this game. And, they're talking about marking things in different colors and all this other stuff. And, that's a lot of work. So their VTT will cost money, and then you get to play it for one game. That's a high standard. But you will get a codex key with the game purchase. Okay. That's not bad. I am happy. Let me say this again to anybody who's listening. I am happy, more than happy. I have bought every single Forbidden Lands premium module. I have bought every single Dragonbane premium module. I have bought the One Ring premium module. I am happy to pay for a premium module. They're gorgeous. They're officially supported. Part of the problem with these companies, they don't realize it, but so much of their Pathfinder 2, so much of the success of Pathfinder 2 is because of their Foundry module. And it's run by a group of volunteers. And Foundry and Paizo have no responsibility. Like, they could all just decide to quit tomorrow and not ever update the game again. Like, they're not getting paid. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. And so when you take that responsibility and say, nope, this is our module. We paid someone to develop it. They have SLAs. They can work within our ecosystem. I think it's a huge win. And I am more than happy to pay extra money for a premium module for Foundry, for sure. And I honestly wish more, there were more places that did it. So as the guy who is now more or less responsible for the Forbidden Land system modules for Foundry, there are a lot of issues in that official ecosystem, but better than nothing. Dort, I mean, you would know better than me, but I ran an entire campaign on there for a year, and it had everything I needed, and it worked as I needed it to. So if there are problems, I didn't notice them. Well, okay. The Pathfinder Foundry teams work with Paizo now. Okay. So they're being paid. They have benefits. They're part of they have a contract. They are receiving an hourly wage. They send them hours, or what? Do they just get free PDFs? But anyways, I'm going off on a side tangent there of a rant. I just think that the VTT experience is, and maybe I'm selfish because I like to play in person, but I belong to a community, of online people all across the world, and as a result, VTTs are very important to the Knights of Last Call because it's how we are able to all play with each other, and that's really important to me. Well, fair enough. I mean, I'll take my guidance from you. Again, I don't know what the situation is. I just know that, I think I appreciate it when a company says this is our official module. You pay for it, you get what you pay for, and you don't have to worry about, oh, well, it hasn't been updated in 2 versions and we're stuck using V12 or V11, because it hasn't been updated to Foundry V13 or whatever. You know what I mean? So I like having someone I can go yell at that isn't a free volunteer. So that's how I feel. And also, if you're doing work and a company is massively benefiting from it, you should be getting paid. That's not a bad idea either. I mean, there's a lot of different models that you could use. I'm simply saying, the digitally, I think, we should people should get being paid. That's end of story. People should be getting paid, and that's all it comes down to. Yeah, that's how Cubicle works. Yeah, very good, very good. All right, well, we're gonna wrap up here, 4.5. So I want to say we did. What did we do? 6. We did 6.5 or 6 on Tuesday. We did 7.5. So we did 13.5 but on the week, and then we did 4.5 tonight. So that's 18 hours. It's a part-time job on Draw Steel this week. And again, we only picked the surface. We only looked at 2 classes. We didn't even look at their highest level heroic resource abilities. We looked at a handful of the stuff. Oh shit! We got an anonymous tip.
Anonymous tipped $100. Thanks for all the DS coverage.
Holy shit! Well, thank you, Anonymous. I really appreciate it. Well, you are more than welcome. Again, Draw Steel is a game that I excitedly backed. I've been watching Mike Colville for a long time. He has carried the banner of 4th edition, and there are decisions that they made in this game that I would not have made. But in my opinion, this is carrying the banner of 4th edition into the new, into the new era, right? 4E is dead. Long live 4E. The fact of the matter is, Wizards of the Coast has buried 4th edition. It's not coming out. I know we've tried to bring it back up. We know we've tried to, but between the GSL and the fact that Wizards of the Coast doesn't want anything to do with it, it is what it is. And we've seen other games come over and do some really cool stuff, but they've mostly been small, independent, attempts. This is a major player from a major group, MCDM Productions, with some major clout behind it, and it's in a different space than all these other games. And as a result, I think it'll be a very welcome addition to the
Roman tip.
Hey, thanks, Roman.
Loving the content and the respect for the VTT crews. Looking forward to all the upcoming projects of KOLC.
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff. I mean, we still got to cover. We draw. I just got back from Gen Con. We just did Draw Steel. I've got like 5 other games we got to talk about. We got to talk about this bad boy. We got what is it? 6 classes in here, 7 classes in here, 8 classes in here. I don't even know how many classes are in this book. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6 classes in this book that we need to cover. Starfinder's cool. Long story short, Anonymous, again, I want to thank you so much for your support, but I just want to say I like this type of game, and I know it's not for every type of game. I've already seen people on Reddit. Oh God, I try not to be triggered. I know I'm on the internet. I shouldn't be triggered, but there are some things that trigger me, which is basically something like, oh, all these rules. How do you even role play? And I lose my mind. I actually physically get like angry. I hate this idea that because there's a game system that has like mechanics, that means you can't role play. People have this fucked up version of role playing. It's just so fucked up. Anyways, point is, this is a good game, and I'm really looking forward to seeing where it goes.
Simul tip $10. I GM my first Daggerheart game on Sept 1. Thank you for all your amazing advice on this game. This will be my first non-D20 game.
Oh, Simul, that's exciting. Yeah, buddy. I'm excited to see how it goes. I think, you know, you just have to approach it with an open mind and an open heart. You know, I think you'll do great. You know, I think you'll do great. But I'm excited. I'm excited for you, and I'm excited for your group. You know, draw Daggerheart Steel. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's the beautiful thing about it. Number one, you know, Draw Steel is even like, hey, do you want to play this type of game? Go play Daggerheart. It's made by awesome people. And I'm sure the Daggerheart people would tell you the same thing. They would say, look, if you really want some really tactical, grid-based flanking, you know, rank and flank, counting squares, really getting tactical, turn-based initiative, don't play our game. Don't play our game. Go play Draw Steel. And that's cool. Different games for different things. Dagger Strike, very different game. Dagger Strike's a very different game. It's a great game. I owned it when I was a kid, but very different game. But, you know, again, I think it's going to be a really, really incredible thing. I have not taken a look at all the classes yet, SinMad. So I've been just super busy trying to get everything done, and just to even get these streams out. So, and I got more stuff to do, and I've got my Patreon. I've got to finish up my Torchbearer campaigns. I'm trying to kick off a zine for Daggerheart to publish content and maybe throw some money to some of my patrons' ways who are willing to help me out and contribute. We want to launch a Dragon Tide game. I don't know. Maybe we want to launch a Dagger Reaches game. I don't even know what that would be like. There's so much I need to do. Adamo, after starting to watch the streams, I'm convinced my playgroup to branch out into a bunch of more TTRPGs. We've already set up one-shots for Alien TTRPG, sick. Brandlewood Bay, sick. Daggerheart, and discussing more. Fantastic. I'm talking like RPG is a full-time job. Well, here's the worst part. The worst part is I just got back from Gen Con, and now, what do I got? What's today? The 10th? I've got 20 days, I think. Let me take a look. What the hell's calendar? I've got 7. No. I've got 7, 14, 15, 16, 17. I've got 17 days until I have to be on the West Coast at PAX. Speaking of which, Mr. Steven Glicker, please, we got to figure out what our plans are for that. So then I'm going to be in PAX. So, but that's great. Adamo, I'm really excited about that, and good luck to you and your groups. And thank you for being a sub. By the way, if you're interested in supporting us, this was a lot of fun. And of course, obviously, an incredible amount of tips and stuff like that. We love it. But, you know, I encourage you to join our Patreon if you really want to become a part of that thing. Okay, cool. Apparently, I got sent a schedule. Yep, I did get a send. Okay, perfect. I'm looking for flights. Got it. I'll take a look. Good. Fly Portland. Yep. Okay, cool. Whatchamacallit? Oh, right. And I have to do an actual play for Daggerheart. That's the last thing I was going to say. And that means organizing my cats, a.k.a. my friends, a.k.a. my fellow Knights of Last Call, and get them back on this channel. So it's not just my ugly mug that you have to see every time, but then instead we can have some awesome gaming. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm really, really looking forward to it. I'm glad you appreciate the Torchbearer videos. They've been a lot of fun as well. So any studio updates? Well, Friday, Bob and I were supposed to work on the studio. Instead, I messaged Bob and I said the following. Negative on tonight. I'm feeling exhausted and feel like doing nothing. So that he goes, perfect family game night it is. So we did not put anything together on Friday. But I do have all my stuff that I need now to put everything together. So we do have to do a couple more things. I got to build a new computer and then mount some stuff and mount some other stuff and mount some other stuff. But for the most part, it's very, very good. So it's all good. It's all good. It'll be there. You know, now Dagger Steel will cut up Drawheart. Yeah. To be fair, Dagger Steel is a better name than Drawheart for sure. So yeah, I think it'll be a lot of fun. But yeah, I mean, I think it'll be a good stuff, and I'm really, really looking forward to just playing more games. And again, as I move out of my old world of, you know, working for the man to working for you all, basically, I'm hopeful that I can continue to talk about role-playing games, but actually get to play some of them as well, and I have a lot of fun. Again, hyper jealous of Quinn's from Quinn's Quest, who basically just gets to play games with his friends and then make one video and somehow make, you know, $1 million a year off of that or more. That'd be awesome. Except I could do that and make, you know, a percentage of that and be very, very happy. So, but yeah, that's true. No card draw, no opportunity to draw steel. But yeah, by the way, in case you didn't notice, know this, I named Draw Steel. I'm joking, of course, but back when it was called the MCDM RPG, I made a joke on one of our live streams in person at the studio where I was like, enough stock. And I was like, you get to a point. I mean, that's the way these games work, right? You're going back and forth, you're having a conversation, and then it's enough talk, draw steel. And everyone's like, it was awesome. It was fantastic. Wait, did you send me chats? Agile Monk. A game of Draw Hearts versus Dagger Steel. A nice last call. Well, I don't know that we're going to be able to get a combo mixed up there quite right away, Agile Monk, for sure. But yeah. I have live streamed a lot, for sure. So, alrighty, folks. Well, that's going to do it for me. I have no idea what's going to be up next. Obviously, we did a lot this week, a lot of Dagger. I knew I wanted to get this done as soon as possible because it came out last week and I was busy being at Gen Con, but we do got some other stuff to do. And, also, too, let me be very clear about something. I like Daggerheart and I like Draw Steel and, all these games. I think they're really exciting and they're going to get a lot of viewers. But don't get too excited. This channel, we are still going to cover, we're still going to cover games that nobody ever wants to read or play. Just because I think they're really interesting and I love spending time on them and I think they're really, really cool. And, that is the way it is. Like, I'm still in love with The One Ring, 2nd edition, which is not to say it's a small game, but, not everybody loves that game. But, it's not going to be nearly as big as Draw Steel would be or Daggerheart. So, there's still going to be new games, first looks, all this other stuff. People want to talk. Triangle Agency is apparently gaining speed on our Patreon. So before we go, I do want to say shout out and thank you to an incredible list of people who came out tonight. Rain, Die, Nimble, Triangle Agency, all these other things. Well, but see, that's the problem, Agile Monk. I don't know that I want to own these niches. I don't know if I want to own these niches. I don't know that I want to own any niche. Honestly, that's kind of not who I am. I don't want to be pigeonholed. In fact, the more I meet content creators, I think what makes them miserable is that they have been nicheified and then they feel trapped by what their audience needs or expects. And then they get paced into that. I like being able to just talk about whatever I want. And I don't really care if it's popular or not. It's kind of just what I do. But yes, Coriolis, although I will admit I'm a little disappointed because I read online that they shifted it with the new edition from sort of a Dune-esque thing to sort of more of like, Lost Space Miners. And I liked the sort of Dune-esque shtick. Right, we could go full Ben, Ben thinks I sold out, so maybe we have to do that, miseries and misfortunes, But I do want to say thank you to Zymil, Roman, our anonymous tipper. Thank you to Edward. Thank you to Funyuns and Flagons. Thank you to RPG PhD, Door, Travis, Kendall, Gossamer, Elaine, Aaron, and Klobster, who all super chatted and tipped tonight. I am really, really, really super, super thankful to you all. Thank you to Adamo, Ryan, Bardic, and Yume, who all resubbed with Prime. Again, if you have Amazon Prime and you're not using your Prime sub, if you want to hop over to Amazon, Twitch, and subscribe there free. You can do it every month. You pay for it anyways. You might as well use it. Doesn't cost you any money, but you're paying for it. So other than that, you can always find us here Tuesdays and Thursdays, almost every week at 7 p.m. Eastern, where we go live. Technically, I stream 4 hours a week. I stream for 2 hours on Tuesdays and 2 hours on Thursdays. 4 hours. Typically, we stream for 20. So, it is what it is. We'll be back next time on Knights of Last Call. Thank you all so much for joining us. Draw steel.